I'm kicking it off. Oh, are we all live? Oh, hi. Yeah, hello. We are back in. My apologies on that one. Right. Welcome, everyone, to the OFL Division 2 playoffs coming right on in. My name is Cthulhu. Once again, joined this time by wonderful, hyperactive, the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing very well. I'm excited for this because we're not talking about the greatest, the best of the best, the top dogs. We're talking about the contenders, the Division 2, who are slowly making their way up. And I've heard absolutely amazing stories about this division. I don't think you're ready for what's coming up.
Oh, look, I mean, I did get to actually watch a little bit of the match. I believe the qualifiers for the playoffs. I believe it was actually the match of Insanelyfun, or rather the one that got them qualified in for the playoffs off the back of some very, very full-on calculations as well at the end of the whole matchup. But honestly, no, with the way how so far the regular stage of Division 2 has been sort of bringing in some of the goods, I am very much excited for just absolute and full-on chaos, really, Hyper. So, honestly, look, we did get a little bit of a tease going into sort of what kind of maps we could be seeing, which I'm quite keen, but I will want to actually pick your brains for sort of each one of them just to get a little bit more of a, I guess, call it a perspective as well on it. But out of so far any of the teams, have you managed to catch much of the action in the regular stage?
Not in the Division 2, but I have heard the rumors start to start fire around. A couple of people to really keep an eye out is on Gingus of Elapid, and being a Sledge main. I love players who play Sledge. Of course, the king of Sledges. That title is very hard to claim. That still, in my heart, will hold to Llama. And that's going to take a little while before you dethrone Llama and his capability. But Elapid, he could show up today and show that he is the king of sledges. And I might have to send a message off to say otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Demon is another player you should be keeping an eye on. Not for anything overly spectacular, but the defibrillations. Bear with me. He has the most kills with defib. This is an absolutely nutty fact. Talking of the two, there they are on screen. The fact you're able to pull off kills with the defib is incredible because it does such little damage. Meaning, you've done all that hard work and you're stood right next to the man. That is the situation you got to find yourself in.
Yeah, you have to be very much, reaching out for, the distance of, like, whispering to the ear saying, hey, we'd like to reach out to you about the extended warranty. And then, well, you proceed to get a rather electric wake-up call as well, amidst all of the chaos that would be usually happening in the lobby. But before we get into all the nitty-gritty, all the head-to-heads and all of such, let us actually take a look at our format as well today. So we're kicking things off with a cheeky cash-out to get things sorted, to set all of the affairs in place, to organize our losers and winners bracket, and from there on, it looks like all 3v3s galore is going to come on through. What are your thoughts so far on this one, on this kind of, I guess, supposed to call it format for the run tonight, Hyper?
It's going old school. So a lot of the pre-TGM 26, we were running a lot of 3v3s. It was the way we wanted to decide, like, the true matchup between both teams. However, Cashout has been kind of the push into the direction we're going nowadays. So having 3 rounds of Cashout to decide who's going upper and lower, I think is a fair way. Because if you do one and you mess up, you're straight onto that lower bracket. Not here. You have redemption because we're doing 3 rounds of it. So it's really a test to what can you do to make sure you're on that upper run and to give yourself the safety net to say, hey, I've got one more shot before getting eliminated.
Of course, yeah. Getting that initial momentum will be absolutely huge here, and I would imagine that initially we'll get to see some pretty insane plays right from the get-go. But I believe our game one is actually about to kick into the play. Let's quickly take a quick look at our maps as well. I believe just to get a quick overview on what could be our first battlefield. Oh, pardon me. I believe we won't really yet get the first one, but I believe our starting map one, Seoul, is starting to come on through. What are your thoughts on Seoul so far?
I have a very positive opinion on it, but the fact I know that it has been removed amongst TGM says there's something wrong with it. But for me, we're playing under construction, my favorite variant. It can be very open, but it can also be very close, depending on where you play. If you play inside of hospital, great, you're going to have the best time of your life with multiple stall opportunities. Again, if you play inside the offices, stall opportunities galore. But being under construction, if you play your cards right, you can really hold the fort and let nobody up to the construction area, but also create a bloodbath scenario. So I enjoy it. I know some pros are very against it, but let's be honest, like, my rank, their rank, difference of opinion. Yeah, just
look, there's a reason why. There's a reason why both of us get to talk about the game, whilst others get to also play the game in the same lobbies. But in all fairness, honestly, I'm quite excited as well. Yeah, for Seoul construction, like you've highlighted, a lot of the opportunities for like those very, hunkered down setups that would require quite a fair bit of, I guess, I suppose call it freestyle thinking in terms of the destruction and openers. But our second and third maps, Vegas and Cis Horizon as well, coming on through. Vegas, remembering it's does quite open up quite a fair few of the long-ish sidelines. Do we expect any sort of long-range game, or do you reckon, considering that we have been teased about the chaos, we get to see, just more so of just a full swing, full send, and well, call it a day from there?
Well, I definitely feel there's going to be some changes of weaponry. We do see a lot of people who run medium go to repeater or revolver. They want that ranged damage, and then they'll have somebody who's very close quarters, because it's all well and good. This map is sightline galore. It is one of the best for anybody who wants to play repeater or revolver. But when the fight comes to it, and just the pure nature of this game, you're gonna get into each other's face. So surprisingly, you actually see a lot of SA-12s amongst the heavies. Right. So you have that player who will do the damage, who'll do the range, bring them down, and then you have a fast rotation to bring you closer, and the close quarter weapons start to come in. ARN, probably more commonly used here for the lights, R39 as well, VS9s for this region, very, very popular. Again, relatively ranged weapons over the shredder of the M11. So that is traditionally, you'll see ARN, you're probably going to see a revolver or repeater, and an SA-12. I think that's the most common loadout for a Las Vegas scenario.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, look, we got to see quite a fair bit of the revolver play to come out. I believe it is actually out of a couple of the Chinese teams, plus a Korean representative back at the first cycle of TGM as well for APAC. And look, it brought in some flashy play. So look, if there's even a smidge of that to come on into Div 2, look, it's going to be a bloodbath, really, in all sense and purposes. But we might be getting started very, very soon on our map number one, the Cashout. Look, I'm quite keen. I got to experience, the APAC overall Cashout already on a few occasions. Now getting to see OC's special to come through. And look, if it's even a fraction of the chaotic nature, this one is going to be an absolutely full-on bloodbath. Yeah, probably the best way to describe it.
I'm going to have conversations with Blue. Absolutely, we're having conversations with Blue. You're standing there with the grenade launcher.
And a goo gun as well.
You're gonna run it? Nah.
I believe it is the goo gun actually that he brought on it as well.
If you got the goo gun as well,
I believe he is. Well, canonically, by the looks of it, he does run either the MGL or M60, so I think Gugan with
It's the
MGL
Gugan
and
as
Mesh
well.
Shield with M60. Yeah, this is going to be chaos incarnate.
So you know how I entered into the whole of today saying this is going to be fun? Yeah, let's talk compositions here. For Orange right now, which is Demon, Blue, and CC, we've got Heal Beam, Goo, and then Shockwave, which Shockwave in itself is not commonly used. We've got double medium heavies, we've got traditional, and then another heavy medium. Like, there's nothing traditional in this lineup.
Oh no. Yeah, models galore as well for a fair few of the players. By the looks of it, Benji is looking to really start being thrown in. In comes the RPG straight from the get-go to get the fun started. Don't feel there to enable some of the easier entry, but without much of a windshield, you can't really, well, cut the distance as much instead. So for now, this is looking like it's going to be a bit of a stalemate before the actual engagement.
Just trying to get a little bit more damage down, push them back, use your presence to force them off pointing. I tell you what, it's slowly working as they make a little bit of pace. Looks like the first one could be dropping, and yeah, D6 will be the first one to drop down as the pressure was just a little bit too much. Now you start to get a little close quarters, and the M11, wow, that starts to come alive as a double onto the feed, but it's not enough to keep them alive. And I tell you what, Pink will take that steal off the rip.
Yeah, pretty quick conclusion. Unfortunately for Insanelyfun, they didn't get to really stick around for too long. Instead, we do actually get to see Demon coming on through, just waiting for the placeholders, waiting for just the right position to really get things rolling. So far, Cashout A is looking nice and steady, whilst everyone else are just sort of sorting out their squabbles right down below. And I mean, hey, look, MGL plus the Gugan from the high ground. It actually doesn't sound too bad. Oh my god, straight annihilation without any contention either.
That goo is honestly the most fearful thing that you can see. Like, we've seen it being used amongst the pro scene, but to see it in Division 2 and the contenders region is just another ballpark. Unfortunately, Glitch gonna land on himself, and that's gonna cost him dear. And in doing so, it opens up a can of worms, but it doesn't matter. Insanelyfun still gonna get dropped to the floor. Not enough time for the steal to go through. And they'll have to step. Well, no, they've already got it. I don't know what I'm on about. It's early in the morning. It's 6 a.m. for me.
Look, I was a little getting there. That's one hell of a way to kickstart the one of the weekend days as well. Here for the to get some finals in here, some cheeky Division 2 finals with some, well, absolutely insane plays. I'll be honest. The fact that the MGL plus Gugan is actually working out this well is kind of crazy to me. I'll be honest with you. And the fact that they managed to secure as well one of the cash outs certainly does play in quite rather nicely. In the meantime, though, it's interesting to see that things for Whimsy Maxes and Insanelyfun, the two teams I believe that just managed to make it into the playoffs. Unfortunately, at the moment, having a bit of a struggle, but nonetheless, gunfights galore starting to come on through as Whimsy Max is suffering some rather severe losses. No medium, light is basically all alone now, and the heavy, unfortunately, got the final nail to the coffin by the looks of it.
Yeah, when you got CC just prepped, ready, providing gunfights from afar, it helps you a lot. The F-Car is great at range, and he's playing that Shockwave gameplay, which means we know he is not playing for support. That support score is going to be absolutely to the floor. Instead, they're relying on Demon to be the comfort to the heavy, and that jump gains a lot of information, but not enough amount of damage.
Ooh. Yeah, not a lot. That is a whole lot of damage that just went on in. Insanelyfun dropping like absolute flies here. Really, and oh, the defib is starting to come on through. Is it enough? No, okay, right. It's there to just get the revive instead of the pharmacist. Well, instead of pharmacist, we're becoming pharmacists for now. But nonetheless, Insanelyfun not really having particularly a fun time by the looks of it.
I honestly thought that defib was an attack, but then I realized, oh, no, there was a player down at the bottom. It was just a missed opportunity. While this is all happening, a little bit of back and forward in terms of position control is going to change, but don't worry, Spurs is jumping in as he's going to shred down the M11. And you don't run away. You don't run away. You've got to... Well, you just have to accept fate, and somehow this fight is extending a little bit longer. Toast staying alive for a god-tier amount of time. Epilade back in the fight, which gives Gingus back into the fight.
Yeah, Gingus back into the fight. So the placeholder roster, Demolition or Demonition, rather, getting there. Or the chain as well does come on through to just slow things down and just hold everyone there in the place, whilst just, well, the absolute timing and the placement is actually getting reduced further and further with the gas. But as of now, actually, the Cashout might just go through, and unfortunately for Insanelyfun, so as well, Max's things are looking rather problematic in every possible way, as yet another absolute clear-out is happening, but this time it's against Gingus.
Everybody's focusing up onto the D point. It's going to be very much who's got the better guns and who can just get enough damage down. Now Whimsy's going to go for that steal, but there is one left. Toad is going to try and go for the stall, but is it enough? Oh,
that's huge!
Fraction of the health to stay alive. Whimsy Max will bring second and third into kill race territory, and I love this position. Every kill matters.
Indeed, yeah, every kill matters, and the absolute backup that Jaspers was able to provide for Desync is absolutely insane, being able to body block a good chunk of damage. And I mean, we're looking at the overall run so far. Things for Insanelyfun been rather problematic out of all the teams so far, struggling to really find their own momentum, which could mean a whole lot of problems. But look, I mean, during TGM we did get to see a similar sort of scenario happen previously for a couple of the OC teams, and they still managed to really bring it all back. But oh man, just the hunt with the repeater as well, it is just an absolute just execution right then and there. Elapid with the sledgehammer as well to come on through. It's all just a massacre. Whimsy Maxes just unable to really stick around for too long, and back onto the spectator screen they go.
Whimsy Maxes just lost second place as well. They lost to the team they needed to beat. That's horrible to see, and it's going to hit you harder than anything before.
Hello.
We move over to the other side, and, well, the MGL. What do you expect when you got a little bit of range and you know exactly where you're aiming? It's going to rain down hell. And unfortunately, it's not that fun, and it definitely feels insane. So put the words in a different manner. Baby left alive, and he's gonna get beaten to the ground. It's brutal to change the camera to.
Yeah, look at that one. The observer's done dirty. Poor baby as well, just getting absolutely punched to death there at the end. But look, hey, game is game at this point, it looks like, and well, in the meantime, by the looks of a placeholder, I'm still feeling rather comfortable, despite being in the second place, and might actually looking to start on the cash out here as well. Actually, I'm deciding to drag things around. Not entirely sure what will be the play for now, just to stall things out, or maybe just turn everything into just one massive arena, as now all four teams are converging on each other, and ShunnedToast trying to find some sort of damage from the crane, but by the looks of it, yeah, this is all going to be pretty much close quarters, as Demon is trying to find his own in the air, but not enough.
Yeah, caught out in the open. You've got to remember the Gingus is right at the top on that crane, so you've got to be careful, because they're going to enjoy the entire scene here. They've got cash out, they've got height, they've got all the util and weaponry available. Apart from Elapid, who is sitting there. He's emotional support. He's there giving you the good boy, but it takes one moment, one attempt of a steal, and you know Epilade is going to jump onto point and swing the hammer. Now they start to reposition slightly. They might look to just seal it off and put that final vault into the cash box, into the cash box, but it doesn't matter. Desync going in for the entire attack, get the SA-12 in, and get the damage done. It's done a lot of work. Toad's gone. Wipe for Gingus. This allows an open door for anybody to go for the steal for the final few seconds. Steal comes through. Insanelyfun, if they can get this in, would be brilliant. The jump up to second won't happen, and they have to concede. Gingus.
Holy.
Up at top. Hey, yo.
Absolutely nutty turnaround. Gingus coming out huge there with the defense. And look, I have to say that hold for quite a while on that crane actually held up pretty well. And then the end game, just the sheer amount of chaos of just who gets to claim that final cash out was absolutely insane. And I mean, we're looking at it so far. I mean, Spurs managed to catch some pretty solid strides for himself, and arguably, I believe, second highest combat score behind ShunnedToast. And look, for all the right reasons, Gingus, they've managed to really put quite a fair bit of a dent into everyone's performances by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, take a look at ShunnedToast. 14-2 is the first stat line that I'm seeing here. The only player to go double digits on their limbs. On top of that, the control that they had when they were in post-plant, they were a good distance away. They know that Elapid is a sledge, so you know they has to be close. So those rotation tools were prepped, ready quickly enough for them to jump back into the fight. There's only one case we saw at that very end, particularly because we didn't really see much of them in their fighting stance. They got caught out on the crane by an SA-12. It's kind of expected, but at the same time, who was the one watching that zip wire? That'd be my only complaint, to say, hey, like, that shouldn't have happened. What's going on there? Because you can imagine if that steal had gone through and someone had risked the double jeopardy. But it's a different story entirely.
Yeah, different story entirely, though, nonetheless, yeah, for the teams. I mean, so far, I have to say, for Placeholder and Gingus, they held on pretty well. On the side of Whimsy Maxes and Insanelyfun, look, things, I kind of hoped a little bit more of a momentum out of them, but considering just how pretty full-on, pretty active, you know, the top two teams in the division two really held up, it sort of makes sense that things were a little bit on the rougher side for the two, I suppose call it new introductions to the playoffs bracket, at least in this season. So honestly, though, look, this was actually still a pretty full-on, pretty fun game. And I'd say highlight so far is Blue on, I believe, on the first or the second cash out, sitting on one of the rooftops on the construction and just raining down, set up goose, set up, like, I believe it was like 4 or 3 of the gas canisters, and then send in the grenades as well, so that whoever touched that goose spot is just death. That's it, purged out of existence.
Just create a mark on the floor. This is the area you want to jump into. Wink wink. And then you jump into it. There's like a mouse trap that's there. It's a lot of great setup, as Gingus have very much demonstrated. They know how to draw trap plays. They know how to utilize a sledge to their favor. But I want to look at the polar opposite and talk about the team that was in dead last, and that was Insanelyfun. And I can definitely tell you, not that insanely fun. It was a lot of situations where their pushes were warranted. Every time they made a push, they had the damage output, but they just couldn't finish it off. They couldn't get that final tick of damage to say, yeah, like, this is going to get the kill. And in doing so, all that movement that they've created, the space they've opened up, just then become unwarranted because they come back to a 3v3. And then their opponent was able to isolate Insanelyfun to create 1v1s or 2v1s where they are, and I will say, a little bit mechanically better on the 1v1 situation, and any 2v1, well, I think the numbers speak for themselves. So Insanelyfun just needs to get the kills to finish it off, and I think there's potential they could jump up to realistically second in games. Yeah, it seems like we had a little bit of a disappearance. He's gone into the abyss, into the land of the Down Under. He is gone. But nonetheless, first little battle will start to come through. And guess what? It is that lovely little sledge as it starts swinging left and right. And it doesn't matter. Before I even can correct my words, Gingus will say thank you very much, dear sir. Top of the morning. And he will see Whimsy out on the other side of the map. Placeholders, well, they're not going to go for the full fight because Insanelyfun have decided, you know what? Let's grab, let's run, let's get this box, this vault into the cash out. And this is looking dangerously like it was going to double. Oh, we're going to commit to an early double. It would be crazy to see an early double of this phase. It's the most uncommon strats in the early phases of this game, but it will not go to that direction. As we do quickly flip back over to where the cash out has started. Our red barrel didn't land where it wanted to go, but nonetheless, we know that Placeholders, after winning in Seoul, will want to keep their, getting second in Seoul, wants to keep that streak going and continue that pressure. MGL, huge amount of damage onto this outside, could create those sightlines, and in doing so, allow an easy pathway for them to push in. But in this scenario, Whimsy Maxers have been pushed off site and are struggling to get on. The same with Gingus. They're not able to get back to point, and this is going to be a free steal for Placeholders.
Absolutely, yeah. For Placeholders, they are just trying to, well, hold things off, but no, the steal does in fact fully go through. Demonition trying to fall on back to try to get at least the res going, but he is looking to get hunted. The res should be coming on through in just a few moments and just needs to hold off, but no, hunted down and now leaving only just the heavy of blue to try to stay alive. The steals galore though coming on through. I believe there's still just about enough time to get a few more attempts, but time is ticking.
The three teams all on 1 point. There is an offset, so it makes sense that you have to commit to the hardest site. CC's going to find Elapid, and that's going to take away the sledge. And Gingus, who have been controlling this site very, very well, now has to play with an arm behind their back. Still starts to go through from Placeholders, has to get pushed off as the stall comes through. And realistically, Placeholders are in a prime position to create the steal opportunity.
You were saying? Already quite a fair few of the Placeholders players are already out of the equation. Just the medium and the heavy left. The MGL will need to do a hefty amount of work if they even wanted to try to have any sort of a chance at redemption. But no, Cashout does fully go through, and now they're starting to wipe out the post, redemption of it, at least coming on in with some extra bit of money. But Gingus all left to Elapid to try to make things work, but the sledgehammer is not there for any sort of range. And as of now, well, Gingus and Placeholder so far looking much more steady. Side of Chickjenman and Co. Unfortunately for Insanelyfun, well, things are not yet being too fun for them. Still yet to find the traction. Whimsy Maxes, though, having a good opportunity here as they, well, have potential here to maybe find themselves a third party potentially to come on through, but as of now, so far a relatively stable turnaround.
I'd agree. In terms of the fighting, Insanelyfun just still hasn't found a win, but instead of going for the fights, they decided, you know what? We're just going to take the free cash out. And they've put themselves in second right now because of that. Don't go for the fights. Just get yourself a bit more warmed up and make yourself a bit more comfortable. But they're going to have the entire lobby chasing them down. I think currently Insanelyfun is the one holding the cash box, running away like it's a show of Tom and Jerry. That's a bit of a 2000s throwback. And for every Gen Z and Gen A will not even know who Tom and Jerry is. Nonetheless, we're still running around but that box is going everywhere. And I do not know which direction it will end up, because every time you turn a corner, there's either a wall or there's somebody shooting at you. As we are going to see one of the Whimsy Maxes will get Toast taken to, will get Demon taken down. And this will be an upper hand now for Whimsy Max to try and wipe out Placeholders. if they put the pressure on. It looks like there's no pressure gonna be placed. Instead, take a step back, go for the alternative fights, and go in a different direction.
Exactly so. I mean, considering that at least for WMZMaxes, they have the, well, rather had the drops going, and Gingus currently also have a man down. It would have been a perfect opportunity to at least get into just a standard 3v3 fight, but nonetheless, plenty of usage of the repels as well, just to get things rolling and get some momentum flying. At the very least, Elapid is now going to get started on the Cashout once again in hopes that, well, for Gingus and Co, they will be able to continue onwards with their run. So far, first place, like you've highlighted before. Now in comes the charge, courtesy of Baby, to try to sow some chaos. Unfortunately, no backup whatsoever. Instead, has to actually use both the barricade and the dome shield to at least generate some sort of cover for himself to back away. But at the moment, where is the rest of the Insanelyfun roster? Because without the heals, without the Ancient Fuser, it is going to be a problem and a half. And oh man, the Cashout is currently looking absolutely devastating here, no matter which team you switch over to.
Lockbolt made it so much harder for the WMZMaxes to push forward, but I tell you what, once they broke free, again, the hunt will continue. One will drop Epilate, again, the sledge disappearing, feels like the target is getting rid of the swinger, getting rid of that hammer. I mean, it's working out perfectly because methodically they go one by one by one, and WMZMax have control, but they need to be careful. Insanelyfun, they're third-partying this entire situation, looking to try and pick up some free steal. But have they realized, right above them, WMZMax are going to start to drop in. The steal's denied for the brief moment, and WMZMaxes are going to stay on height, allow Spurs to come with that off angle.
Exactly that. Insanelyfun, though, trying their absolute darn best to just get the steal going. FK is not enough from Chickjenman to keep things in the rolling, as WMZMaxes, in fact, are able to get themselves back up and running. Shots to come on through. Cerberus rings on out from NYKU to try to get things rolling, and at the moment, no, just trying to get the revives up and running. WMZMax has managed to claim themselves the Cashout to keep themselves in contention, and as of now, actually, all four teams have a pretty solid chance to really bring it all back. Insanelyfun as well, despite having a rough run with the gunfights, at least being able to steal earlier. Cashout as well allows them to really stay in the running. ShunnedToast should be able to get the steal. No, I believe that wasn't actually enough. With 1 minute left, not a whole lot of opportunities are currently growing out there, as Placeholder looking to try to hold on to this one.
Placeholder's got an easy pass as well because they're on the opposite side of the map. So once again, this offset and being the team that decides, you know what, we're not going to fight to the site that traditionally is more advanced, has allowed them, again, free passes. Insanelyfun, more cash than they had last time because of a free cash out. Now we see Placeholders in that position, pushing themselves to the top of the leaderboard. But again, we're in kill race territory, baby. Every kill, again, meaning everything. For the last 16 seconds, that's a big pointer. There's only 14 seconds. Do you have enough time to get this box in? It's going to be a mad dash to get it over, but is their team's ready to deny it gets thrown? It's put in. We're going for an extra minute.
Extra minute to go. What a throw as well. Absolutely phenomenal accuracy there, and that does allow actually Placeholders and Co to keep things well, even more full on really here, Hyper, by the looks of it, because they are looking to just keep on putting the damage in. WMZMax is just back into the swing of things as the revives do come on through. UglyToad trying to just dodge away from all the damage, and in the meantime, WMZMax is trying to hold on to their positions. Benji, low on HP, trying to stay alive, trying to stay above. So is Jaspers, as they need to just keep the damage output going, but as of now, barely much to really hang on to. As Benji is gone, WMZMaxes might just be able to find themselves the cash out, and if that's the case, oh man, for Gingus, that'll be a hard pill to swallow to stay on the third place.
WMZMaxes separated themselves way too far. Now it's only left the Spurs to stay alive. Yes, it's the light. It's going to be a powerful weapon to do a lot of damage, but it will be enough for a stall. Not enough time to get the steal. I thought for a moment WMZMaxes had thrown the game by a doing the one thing I tell people not to do. 1v1 fighting, separating away from the group. But I tell you what, that light coming in clutch spurs, staying and gargling in his own position. No invis though, so not a full one. But he just stayed, watched over the points. Soon as that steal came through, throw down that glitch, make sure no util can come out, and then M11 the hell out of the person trying to steal. The lifesaver in that moment.
Absolutely, yeah. The last moment play, the absolute clutch that it was, honestly put Whimsymax is in a very, very good position here as well, fresh off map number 2. And look, I mean, Vegas delivered some absolutely insane games. I was expecting to see a little bit more of a, something paced down, but look, Division 2 bringing in the absolute goods. And look, map 3 now is looking to be a bit more of a curious one, because look, man, Whimsymax has felt a little bit. How should I even say it properly? A bit more of a just timid, really, going into map number 1. But map number 2, they managed to finally get amongst it. And in the meantime, Placeholder roster, so as Gingus, kind of felt like they eased sort of the pedal from the metal.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like, definitely is a different bag of worms that we saw from Whimsymax. Definitely felt more aggressive. It felt like they were in control of the entirety of the show. And I like that. I like that kind of puff your chest out. Let's get this rolling. It does bring them into really, really close contention. I think we've currently, if I've done my maths correctly in my head, we're at a 3-way tie for first because of this.
That might be
because
right,
it's 3 points for first, 2 points for second, 1 point for third. Whimsy third in Seoul, and then it's 1 point. Third in Seoul. Then they won Vegas. In Gingus, it was they won Seoul, but then came third. And then placeholders have been the most consistent, going second and second, which then means that it's a 4, 4, 4, and unfortunately, Insanelyfun, still not fun at all, down at 0.
Yeah. No, yeah, for Insanelyfun, things been rather rough, no matter how you really put it. They've done a pretty solid attempt during Vegas to get themselves a cash out into their hands, but unfortunately, yeah, just couldn't really hold on to it too well. Whether it was just the positioning that was just leaving them too out in the open, or it's the fact that they couldn't really manage the verticality too well, which allowed the likes of Whimsymax as well as Gingus at the end, I believe, during the car park cash out. They just, couldn't really keep up with the overall pacing. There was a good attempt to sort of steal away and drop it down a floor, but otherwise, things went rather grim for them. So from here on, really, maybe the idea of, what do we actually do now for the 3v3s might start to creep in on the side of Insanelyfun. Maybe they try to now, think of the game plan for this one. Whereas on the side of all the other 3 teams, look, the battle is still very much there. The crave for the top positions is going to be, well, very much on their minds. And like you've mentioned before as well, having that sort of buffer of safety of not getting eliminated too early is going to be also a very, very much of a needed thing to move onwards. But look, I wouldn't still discourage and discredit Insanelyfun. I still very much believe that at least in a 3v3 run, they might actually show us a little bit more of the oomph to come out of them, but it's not looking particularly too pretty, at least from the beginning of this overall run. Whereas for the likes of Whimsymax's, look, it was a pleasant surprise on Vegas.
Yeah, it was lovely to see Whimsymax in that pace and form, and we talk about that. Insanelyfun needs to find a bit of oomph and a little bit of presence to step forward, but no matter what they do, they're not going to be jumping up to first. Of course, 3 points for first. Everyone else is on 4 points. You can do the maths. Like we're not kindergarten anymore. We know that is mathematically not possible. As we head over to Cis Horizon, no. Absolutely not. Don't you dare. This is... Can I permission to throw my notepad out the room?
I mean, yeah, look, I've already tossed a few things out the room, so we're good.
We're all good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Like, I don't mind, like, one crazy thing, but when you add too much, my brain starts to melt. I can't deal with it.
Did I just see a double heavy to be brought out on the side of Whimsy Max's? Did I see that right?
Yeah, double heavy. No, it isn't. It's still HML.
Double heavy light
on Whimsy.
on the Insanely Fun. Oh, look at this one. NYKU on the heavy, Chickjenman on heavy. Two charges. Straight off the bat, though, unfortunately, Baby catches already the L, and NYKU is not particularly long for the world either. And Demonision plus Blue absolutely wiping things off, but man, just imagining the sheer amount of heft that needs to go through. Oh, actually, so is Gingus as well. Toast and Elapid deciding to bring on through the Gugan plus the Winch. Jeez.
Wow. Gugan and Winch, that seems like a banger mix-up. You know, I vibe with that. I would prefer Mesh in that situation because you could do a lot with Goo and Mesh. You basically create this whole big barricade, but a winch, bringing it into your own little traps, like that for me, that could be quite interesting. But while we're thinking about that, Gingus is going to have to go against Whimsy Max, and these fights are going to break out more than you think. And in doing so, you kind of want to fight Insanelyfun in these scenarios to get free rides. But I tell you what, this is not going to be the easiest ride of them all. Again, a stool goes through as a fake gets presented forward. And Whimsy Max, they're cautious. They know they have to be careful. And they're going to rotate to their floor. They're not going to play height here.
Not at all. Insanelyfun as well, starting to rock up closely as well for the third party, looking to make things even more chaotic. So this is going to be an absolute beefcake menace.
Third party as well. I think Insanelyfun's here.
Yeah, Insanelyfun are in fact here. Yeah, they're looking to start throwing in their damage and their heft as well, being the double heavy lineup. But so far, I mean, yeah, it's an attempt to try to get the cash out and to steal from Insanelyfun, whilst the other two teams are actually just duking it all out.
Flamethrower from NYKU.
No.
That what you bring out the flames, you know it's going to cause some damage. Unfortunately, it's not going to do too much. Chickjenman left alive from Insanelyfun. First proper attempted steal, well, second proper attempted steal goes through. It's not going to be successful though. Stall perfect as the goo lands exactly where it needs to be. And again, height is being the savior here. Gingus are saying thank you very much. We're just going to play Hail Mary and Pick'ems onto this position as it is down to Toast to try and stay alive to help Elapid as he continues to swing. Opportunity now for Whimsy Max to go for another steal. But you have to remember, Insanelyfun is also healed up, so they too could cause an unnecessary steal. And the Charger Slam does exactly that. Gingus have just been saved by Insanelyfun.
Gingus will be thanking very much the newly inducted team into the playoffs for allowing them to get the first cash out up and running. But yeah, Insanelyfun tried their absolute darn best to really throw in all that they had, but it's currently actually only just Chickjenman that managed to catch some of the wins here for himself. But otherwise, look, the absolute amount of HP that the teams will have to go through here between Insanelyfun and Gingus is absolutely insane. And I do respect here as well for CC as well to just solo push, grab the box, and well, get the ball rolling. B Cashout is going to come on through to try to get things set up. I'm wondering actually if that position is going to be actually possible to spin around, but in the meantime, the flamethrower, unfortunately not enough of the damage to bring on in, and instead it is Gingus trying to keep things in the running. Two heavies are the last players remaining, and the flamethrower just not yet enough, well, to get the finisher kill, but at the very least enough to keep on deterring Gingus from making any progress whatsoever.
Gonna put great push back again. Insanelyfun know how to push their opponents away. The last bit, as I said, is just getting the actual kill. But somehow, Did Insanelyfun have that cash box? How is that box now gone into the hands of Whimsy Maxes? Where is Whimsy Maxes being these sneaky people and getting a Vantage like this? This is, I think, the third time they've done something like this.
Yeah, non-stop sneaky beaky plays, and I believe it was off the back of Insanelyfun being pushed away from that gunfight where it was, I believe, between Whimsy Maxes, Gingus, and IF. But with IF being pushed away, sort of that box has been very much quickly given away. M11 once again there to just go for a bit of a tickle, but C is just looking to be an absolute bloodbath as once again 3 teams converging on in. The repeater not doing just yet enough of the damage, and instead, well, maybe just been able to find the opener, but it's the M60 that is ringing on out, courtesy of Elapid, to try to keep things in the run. Pardon me, not actually Elapid, ShunnedToast instead, but nonetheless, the double heavy lineup is looking to just keep up that pressure. That presence is still going to be absolutely deadly.
All this tickle damage, and yet nobody's made a dash for the point. Talking of point, placeholders, free site, free money for the second time in this horizon. They're gonna take this. They're in contention to qualify to the upper bracket, and now that they're going into the third phase of this match, they can control the entirety of what happens. They can say, right, I want this to go there, 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 or there. They have control. This is critical. While that's going on, we're finally seeing a little bit more of a push. Gingus gonna winch the cash box back inside. It's not going to be a successful push because guess what? Insanelyfun are going to get themselves up close and personal, flame everybody out, and they finally get a wipe of their own. But you got to look above. Whimsy Max has still got height, and this is a critical area. If you've got height, you can put damage down. On top of that, placeholders also coming into play to put a bit more presence of their own. Cashbox goes through. All that pressure for what? For Whimsy Max get a steal and get away with it.
Yeah, I don't think there was actually any sort of reclamation of the box in any capacity. Whimsy Max is just sort of kept on staring at the box itself. It's like, oh yeah, well that's ticking, that's nice. Thanks guys. And that was basically all done and dusted. Yeah, maybe now Placeholder will be able to find some sort of action because, yeah, they've been very much absent out of majority of the gunfights, if not all of them, and really they didn't really need to be involved at all by the looks of it. So now for the rest of the rosters, well, what can you really do apart from now you kind of need to play the spoiler if you don't really want to verse Placeholder in just the 3v3s. And between Whimsy Maxes and Gingus, well, it's they could actually play the spoiler here because I would argue to say that Insanelyfun would want to play against the likes of Whimsy Maxes rather than Gingus, whereas for Gingus they would prefer to just stay in the top bracket really. So as of now, there's a lot of pressure mounting up to see who will be able to, I guess, call it join Placeholder, as now the Cashout has started towards Gingus, and the ARN, unfortunately, not yet enough, as the flamethrower instead is just the flames of freedom and the charge to come on through to just keep up that pressure. You cannot escape that flamethrower.
That flamethrower is absolutely burning them alive. It's brilliant. The sledge of Ethylade is going to be successful, finds his own escape down to 1 tick of health. But this is unexpected. Placeholders are committing to a cash out. I wouldn't have done that. I would have kept it out and chucked it towards Gingus because at this situation, they themselves can play in like a ranked game. We know the amount of times that you get griefed out of a game because some random person wants a different team in. Placeholders are in that position. They were in that position. They could have chosen who they sent up to the upper bracket, but instead they've decided, you know what, I want to have a normal game and actually give us entertainment. So strategically, the worst decision ever. Viewers at home, absolutely great. I love this. There's a chance that Placeholders could be dethroned here.
Absolutely so, albeit I say that if the B box doesn't get, stolen at all, things could be very much still nice and steady for them, but by the looks of it, Whimsy Max is actually slowly making their way on over. The steal against Gingus could be big here as well, but as of now, by the looks of it, Baby looking to try to use the, all of the utility that he has in his, utility belt to try to keep things alive. ARN just enough to keep on dodging, but no, the sledgehammer is the one that connects with his skull, commits the fracture as well, and, moves onwards. All up to UglyToad and ShunnedToast to keep things running. Gingus want this box to be theirs because otherwise things are looking far more grim for them.
7 seconds have just passed, no one's on it, which means we will say that is it. Placeholders will go through with Gingus joining them on the upper bracket.
Jeez Louise, yeah. The Placeholders roster managing to just clear it out. And look, I have to say, the fact that they just managed to just keep themselves in that run, not really engaging much, deciding, you know what, it's not worth it. We don't want this this sort of engagement. We don't want this sort of fight. Absolutely granted them the perfect positioning, really in their overall matchup here, and the fact that later on, once they've ensured that they're at least in that top 2 position, they decided, okay, now we can, have a little bit more fun and work with what we could, find further on. But look, I'm not gonna lie, this turnaround for Insanelyfun is definitely one of the more unfortunate ones, I have to say. Amidst all of the chaos, amidst all of the attempts, the double heavy light combination did not pay as much dividends as I would imagine they thought themselves. I'm going to slightly disagree. I think it actually worked really well for their playstyle. I think the amount of damage they were able to put out was greater than what I've seen over the last 2 maps. They were actually able to capitalize on the eliminations as well, and in doing so, they put themselves into positions where they could genuinely fight for the cash out. Unfortunately, this map was just full third-party heaven, and no matter where Insanelyfun got a slight break, there was already somebody else putting pressure on them, meaning they had to sacrifice all the space they created and back away. So really, really unfortunate for them, because they started to show the potential that they could have fought amongst the top group. Unfortunately, they're going to have to show that in that lower bracket. Talking up to the top, Placeholders, nailed it. The cleanest, easiest game. They had a free first cash out. The second cash out, they had a little bit of challenge from Whimsy. Didn't matter, able to fend them off, wasn't able to get wipes, but able to put the damage down, of which then Whimsy went, you know what, let's third party, hope for the best, and go for a bit of damage over that side. I don't know why they put the box in for the final vault, but at the end of the day, vault and box and vault, doesn't matter, they could defend it. Yeah, no, they could absolutely defend it. They could really just keep up that overall pace. And look, yeah, it's a bit more of a unfortunate turnaround overall for Insanelyfun, who just, had just an unfortunate turnaround after the unfortunate turnaround. So I believe from here on, we do move into the 3v3 environment, which, look, I would imagine we'll get to see a few more of, I believe, a little bit more of a pace down, maybe play, maybe, well, at least from what I got to see with Div 2, a bunch of the teams do prefer to play a little bit more of a drawn back sort of play, at least in the mid round. But otherwise, yeah, our new standings are in. Whimsy Maxes and Insanelyfun get to play in the bottom bracket, whilst the winner bracket is the Placeholder and Gingus once again coming on in. So far, I mean, it seems to be all par for the course, at least in terms of the overall seeding. Hyper, now that sort of you got to see at least majority of those teams to really play on out, to me at least, Placeholder Gingus should be still very much of a barn burner to behold. In your opinion so far, do we feel like Placeholder might just actually even solidify themselves the run into the grand finals, or is it still an uncertainty, considering how Gingus were able to still keep themselves up and running.
I lean on uncertainty. There is definitely a presence that Placeholders is more consistent. They definitely have more control over the game, especially amongst the chaos. They know how to compose themselves. They know what to make sure they stay on height and to get easy picks where they can. But at the same time, Gingus are fanatic. They're crazy. They want to make sure they're in your faces, and they're the unhinged brother that you don't want to be around at a party, who's guaranteeing to embarrass you. That's what Gingus is doing. They're there to embarrass you and make you feel a bit uneasy. So Placeholders, they just need to stay stern. They need to stay composed and not allow this sledge to start swinging, because I'm still leaning towards Llama is the better sledge, and that this is the true chance to tell me otherwise, is in these 3v3s.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Elapid did have actually a really solid run overall with the Sledgehammer, and whilst, yeah, look, on some of the more open maps like Vegas, things didn't particularly look too shiny for the man, but overall, yeah, no, the moment things do get close to the up close and personal, yeah, there's not really much of a way to run away from him, and we got to see this on multiple occasions where, you know, we've tried to watch the lights dodge away, and it's just the range, the reach inside those close quarters is absolutely otherworldly. So yeah, look, Elapid gets the opportunity to really shine here, whereas on the side of Placeholder, look, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll get to see, you know, MGL to come on out from Blue, and we also get to see that teased Riot Shield to bring on in, albeit after that I'm wondering sort of, well, where's the actual damage going to be coming out, and I would imagine that it will be on the side of Demonition as well. Bring on in, you know, bring a HMM Demonition on the AK, but look, there's certainly opportunities for long range, but I would imagine that Placeholder would want to keep Gingus on, or rather at range, I would say.
Yeah, you want to keep them at range, and I think as much as I looked at the MGL and just went, hell no, that shouldn't be a weapon, I know there are God knows how many players out there who love the MGL. They like the CL as well on the medium. If you ever beat Jerry, I think he is a massive CL player himself. As one of our brilliant casters amongst the TGM side of things, do point it out. He absolutely loves that weapon, but people do, and they work well when you know how the projectile lands, how it moves, how it works. If you could nail that, yeah, MGL is such a powerful weapon, and we've seen it's great at range. The splash damage is phenomenal. But going into a 3v3, I feel there's going to be a shake-up. I feel something different's going to get stepped forward, and we're going to see a different style of gameplay on both sides. I think Chaos, you could get away with a bit more fun, a little bit more off-meta-y style and picks, but when you get to that 3v3, you have to reel it back in and go a bit more conventional. Yeah,
no, I'm right there with you. Yeah, but you might be quite right that some more over conventional gameplay might just actually be the idea here, considering you can't really play into that sort of bunched up chaos anymore. It is very much just sort of your team versus another team and nothing else really there to make do. So I mean, yeah, if MGL does stick around, that would require an insane level of precision. But look, I mean, on the side of Blue, there is also the variation of him that does run the M60 plus the mesh shield, so we could very much see that to coming out. And I mean, even during the TGM as well, we got to see quite a fair few of the heavies playing that mesh shield as being just sort of the human drones, whilst it's the mediums and the lights were doing the damage work as well, and namely from some of the Korean representatives back during those matchups. So look, I wouldn't put it past that, yeah, maybe mesh shield will be in fact the play here, at least on the side of Placeholder. On the side of Gingus, though, considering that Elapid is very much, you know, the residential, or rather the resident hammer gamer as well, at least for Div 2, I'm kind of looking at this. I'm not entirely too sure what really will be the the ideal run here for the Gingus roster. And with our first bans to come on through, Monaco, Vegas gone, it's Seoul as once again to come on in. Look, you've mentioned before, Hyper, that Seoul construction is all great, but everything else kind of belongs somewhere in the sidelines. Do we feel like, oh wait, well, we do get a bit of a switch around. Skyway Stadium instead is going to be the first choice. How does that change our dynamic going into this? How do you feel about it?
Well, if we're changing from Seoul to Skyway, it's Skyway. I'm surprised a lot of players don't like it because the same reason they don't like Monaco. It is sightline galore, and it's not like banal sightline, because there's a lot more buildings that you can intertwine with. It's more controlled. It's a nicer design of a map, while with Skyway, it is you're playing on roofs, then you hide inside the building, then you jump back onto the roofs, then you go back into hiding, and it just becomes this indefinite cycle, which is why Monaco gets banned. But Skyway to be picked by placeholders, that to me is interesting. But again, I see the advantage of the MGL and how that weapon can capitalize in some of these residential buildings.
Yeah. High ground plus tight hallways once you are off the rooftops certainly could deal quite a fair bit of damage. And then our map 2 is looking to be Seoul in construction, and then our third map, should we need it as well, Fengwai City to come on through. I'm actually quite keen for Fengwai City to come on through, because that one I feel will benefit actually both of the teams here in terms of what kind of engagements we could see.
I think I wouldn't say benefit. I think it disadvantages both of them. Having a player who runs the grenade launcher and a player who runs sledge, assuming they stay on that, Fengwai, you have to be, again, amongst the residential area for both sides to be very confident and good. Otherwise, if you end up at the temple, you're screwed. If you end up in the offices, you're all right. But if you end up at the memorial site, again, screwed. So I think Fengwai is a great way to end for both teams to be uncomfortable going into that final fight.
Okay. Alrighty, yeah. Well, uncomfortable city it is then, and well, hopefully Skyway Stadium will bring us some absolute bangers to top it all off. Because look, I mean, like you've described, this one could be a pretty big of a seesaw as well in terms of what kind of momentum could be gained. Already Seoul has been sort of seen in full capacity and what kind of goods it can bring to top it all off. So Placeholder, I feel like they setting themselves up relatively well, though under construction, I feel like that one actually might be a bit of a tough one to really rock with, especially, well, actually no matter which side of blue we'll get to see, whether it's the MGL or the M60. Considering that, Sledgehammer might have a very much of a solid run. So from here on out, we got to see, some of the more outrageous lineups, some of the more, conventional ones. The SA-12 did get an appearance in full capacity as well. You've mentioned that, some normality will need to happen here. Do we lean towards that, sticking to the HML sort of lineups, or do we feel like some sort of nimbleness will need to happen in the likes of the HLL and then maybe even, dare to say, the MLL even?
For Skyway, I feel if we're going off pro strats, going for the best of the best, HLL is definitely going to be a stronger one, because this map does require rotation. It requires a faster pace to just quickly get you from point A to point B in a timely manner.
Ooh.
However,
okay,
if this is different, if this is true, if this actually turns around to be a full medium stack, nothing in the rules from Embark says you can't go full of the same. Oh, okay, now you just disappoint me. What's the point? What's the point?
I believe the triple stacking would not have been allowed, at least within the context of this competition. From what I from what I'm aware of. But look, I mean, yeah, triple medium would have been an interesting one to bear witness. But nonetheless, that's not yet going to be the play. Instead, yeah, it's... Wait, yeah, double medium and heavy on the side of Placeholder, and a double heavy medium to come out of Gingus. So we are looking into leading and min-maxing into two completely different archetypes, I would even dare to say. MGL on the side of blue to come on in, FK for CC, Demonision looking to, I believe, still keep on just playing the bit more of a just, yeah, some FK gaming as well, and Elapid, yeah, sticking around with the sledgehammer. And well,
technical
I'm
pause.
not entirely too sure. Yeah, I think it might be a bit of a pause. Yeah, we do get a bit of a tick. But in the meantime, yeah, P90 to bring on in actually for Demonition. Not a bad weapon though. The moment it does get down to a bit of a more of a range play, feels like it does fall off quite a fair bit. Otherwise, any initial thoughts on how some of the gunfights could begin here, Hyper?
Well, again, MGL going to try and get that initial damage, just lower everything down, and then you've got the rest of your team to do the majority of work. Can we appreciate this skin, by the way? Just before we go into any... Oh, God, hey. Too close. But yeah, P90, yeah, great for close quarters, and then you do have that AK still there that's nice and damaging at range. It's a good balance. I like that from placeholders. Gingus, this is going to be the question mark. I haven't fully seen what they're rocking out, but again, we know that they can get up close and personal. We know they're happy with having a good old tussle. They just need to get out of that building, because this is why this map will favor placeholders and the MG11. Or MGL, sorry.
Yeah, MGL is just having a bit of a field trip, really, there, getting just basically free damage before even any sort of sightlines are being established. This is perfect. The dive, though, does come on through off the back of the jump pad, and the mesh shield is attempted to at least keep things now in the running, and Blue does take things on himself, but it looks like, yeah, the setup with the jump pad to be in a nice directional position is actually quite good here to begin the first cash out to keep, keep the momentum running. Gingus taking a lot of damage just on the approach is going to be an absolute pain central.
Winch for Epilade. No mesh shield. It means he's going to go full on aggressive to try and get up close and personal and bring them into his territory. There's the first drop. CC drop to the floor, and that's going to open the door up. And Gingus, they've got map control now, and they can say thank you very much. We could try and go for the steal if they truly want to, but that timing window was short-lived, as Demon will quickly bring CC back. We're back to square one all over again, except difference of positions. Critically, Gingus on point, and now at the disadvantage. Ooh. And that blade will drop. Toad will drop. Toast left alive. You might as well take the wipe and reset and get back to center map. Brilliant work by placeholders who just applied pressure here.
Yeah, they applied the pressure, kept their distance, didn't allow Elapid and co from getting much of an advantage. And I mean, apart from Toast nailing one of the frags, otherwise it was all very much of a quiet turnaround here from the Gingus roster. Nice and clean clear out though on the side of Placeholder, and back into their setup position they go, and certainly the high ground has been benefiting in absolute spades here for them. So moving onwards, Gingus will try to get themselves, or rather get their hands onto the box, but by the looks of it, yeah, a heavy dive will need to happen with minimal health losses, because I mean, we look back at the initial assault that they've tried to mount, and it was, well, for the lack of a better word, pretty unfortunate, really, when we look back at it, because I believe by the time they managed to make their way just to the roofs, one of the heavies was already on half HP. The medium was taking quite some damage, and I believe Elapid was the one trying to make his way over, but he was in such an open area that any sort of exposure would have resulted in his own demise. So, look, from here on, Placeholder are back into the control of the pacing, and the question being is how will they be able to hold on to that location here?
smart from Placeholders. They knew, they had a nick, they had a feeling that Gingus was covering that B, so they rotate mid. Bit risky, but what that does is cut off Gingus from getting a clean push, and now they've upped the bridge as well. Guess what? MGL can start doing a bit of damage and keeping away Gingus. You need to be careful though, because I do believe Demon is on an off angle. He's coming back, but he could have been a thorn in the rear end if that was not covered. And once again, we come to the situation where Placeholders have control of sight, and they're going to keep that pressure mounted up as down to a slither. Oh no, Toast couldn't get the elevator down, smashing the button to drop, just did not want to close. CC also dropping to the floor to get quickly revived back up by the time I even say it, and all team members are accounted for.
Very nicely done, yeah. A good set of swings to bring on in. Good amount of pressure being done, but right now Gingus trying their absolute best to just get themselves on the elevated position, but it is not enough by the looks of it. And with Placeholder continuing to keep on the wipe, the MGL is there to keep on ringing on out. The healing beam is perfectly positioned there from Demonision, and it's all down to Toast, but even he cannot stay alive. The timer is reset for their respawn, and it gives a huge amount of time for a breather here for Placeholder to just get themselves reset up, get the goo gun out, and, well, establish yet another trap position to really make the play off the back of. And by the looks of it, Gingus may not have much of an opportunity. This might just be, I believe, the last one to really give it a try.
One last push. Yeah, they spawned far away though. That might not be possible, and especially when they're all looking in that direction, they're gonna make sure it's gonna be ridiculously hard. You've got to push, you got to bounce back, you got to be on the point now. You can't be wasting time to stop Placeholders from doing any form of damage. Gingus still taking all the brunt of the force, able to find one. Maybe there might be an opportunity here, but the goo stops them every step of the way. Placeholders, round one to them, and map one to them.
Map one to them indeed, yeah, perfectly executed. And I mean, look, we both sort of questioned at the beginning the choices of Blue to bring in the MGL plus Gugan. It's a lineup that is well, for the lack of a better word, one of the more unconventional choices to be brought on in for a heavy, but that goo gun managed to set things up so well and allowed the mediums to play their damage dealing position as well as the heals in so much more of a streamlined way. They didn't have to waste one of the utility spots for the goo grenade, and it was a much more of a consistent just overall way to set things up. So I guess call it support heavy. Brings on out the perfect setup, albeit, you know, definitely not the mesh shield that we would usually see for blocking the damage, but nonetheless worked the absolute bits there. And moving onwards into map number 2, look, Gingus will have to really put quite a fair bit of a thought of how they're really looking to counter this, because with Elapid not really allowed much of an approach, and the fact that it ends up leaving just Toast plus UglyToad to really fend off for themselves amidst the mid-range gunfights, doesn't really allow much of a, you know, room for error in their performances.
It's hard to really judge Gingus and their performance purely on the fact that Placeholders didn't give them any breathing room. They didn't allow them to step up and show what they were capable of. And I think that just comes from great defending, taking advantage of the map that they picked, knowing that their weapons, their playstyle, everything was lined up for stalls. It was meant for it. To slow them down, and then doing so, when you're taking that tickle damage, when you're getting pushed back, what can you do when you're Gingus? The answer is, well, nothing, except for rotate to a new position, get spotted, all that damage gets thrown to you, and then you have to rotate again. The only way I could see there being maybe a different way of going about it is if there was a light, maybe creating that gateway to get them closer, allow them to be in that position faster, or using the light as what we call visual aggro. Positioning yourself as a decoy, being essentially the target, the dummy, however you want to call it, that the entire team focuses on because it's a dangerous angle. That, to me, would be the only way to break what I saw just now. But is that going to be the strategy for every map? No, not all the time. Seoul, different story. We've seen these teams match up against it, and they've been able to break onto points on this one.
Absolutely so. Being able to make a break for it, and look, I mean, new map, new opportunities, new well, ways to really at least play for the cover here will potentially enable here Gingus to finally make their dream and make their run happen in full capacity. Because yeah, look, let's face it, map number 1 didn't particularly bring too much of the opportunities here for them to really realize the full potential. So maybe, just maybe here on map number 2, the Seoul construction, we may just see the return to the form as well. So let's wait and see. How could this really be panned on out, as the initial, well, the pop of the Vault Box should come on through nice and steadily, though. ShunnedToast, UglyToad, and Elapid already taking quite a fair bit of damage without much of a return on the investment just yet.
Yeah, and also a Lockbolt will capture Blue in a horrible place. You'll be the first one to get dropped. The back and forth will start to swing to and fro. Toast still down, so is Blue, making it a 2v2 as the Elbow of Fury starts to bring on through. Down to a 1v1, but Elapid is down low and being chased. But you gotta be careful because the sledge can be dangerous, but it's not enough. Demon says thank you very much, and we're back to...
Oh,
I didn't
we got
even
a
realize
defib kill as well.
the projection just went up. That was a defib kill.
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
Chucking the notebook aside. What the hell, Demon?
Yeah, and look, Demon putting in the world of hurt right now onto his opposition, because that one was just absolutely a deadly turnaround in every way and form of saying it. Because look. At this point, put a bit more of a pressure. Put the salt on the wound as well. And for placeholders, they're more than happy to. The mental games are going to be absolutely big. The Chimera, by the way, is also coming on out from courtesy of CC, and that is a lot of damage already being sent on in before they even make it to the top of the stairs.
It almost feels like a fiery blaze. Every pyromaniac's best dream is here, but that is a major drop. Bring it down, and they're going to bunker themselves into a corner. This is going to create for the best steal. However, escaping is another story in itself.
Ooh.
How much damage are you going to lose? Tell you what, CC's the first one to get dropped to the floor. Toad will follow, so trades are coming through. And I tell you what, a decent escape, but it's not going to work out for them. Are we going to see a second defib kill? Because he's low. Elapid is low.
Case.
Please, for our entertainment, for our joy. No, Elapid will regen health, and the steal will return back to them.
Exactly that. Well, another attempt is being made here. The sledgehammer to come on through. Unfortunately, not enough just yet. Just a whole lot of destruction from Elapid, and UglyToad is going to try to keep things in the running as well for the team, but, well, at least able to get the revive running. ShunnedToast is back up into the play. And in the meantime, placeholders are looking to set up yet another trap, but it's the gunfight from down below that will be coming on through. MGL there to get rid of the lockbolt, to top it all off, to just keep them nice and mobile. Chimera does strike on in before getting the trade-off. It's all down to Demonision to actually get back into the swing of things, and by the looks of it, the steal might just finally come on through, as Gingus now thriving in this close-range engagement.
Gingus says thank you very much. Again, corner steals on both attempts. As I mentioned during the first time, it's very risky because you do trap yourself in a corner. You make yourself an easy target. If your opponent does only a little bit of damage at the latter end of that steal, you're screwed. It becomes near impossible to escape without losing it, and that was demonstrated. However, for a last second steal, it's the best strategy in the world. It really is the most defensive move you can do.
Exactly that. Plenty of damage already dealt there, and already another gunfight to a rough Demonition. gets rid of ShunnedToast, and that's one of your mediums out of the equation, but there's still plenty of heals to be done. UglyToad could really get things back up and running. The defib as well does bring on out. Chimera is there from CC to try to keep things running, and does stay alive for just a brief moment longer, but the MGL is just not enough to keep on outputting the damage, and in the meantime, defibs to be brought on in. So far, it's just an absolute, just a damage galore, and the defibs are absolutely going huge here for both of the teams to keep the both of the rosters away from being completely wiped. And as of now, Gingus on the precipice of getting potentially wiped out. Toast is taking a lot of damage here, and the winch doesn't really, it gave some momentum, but the pulse is just in the perfect time, and now the revive is going to come around. Toast needs to stay alive. UglyToad is back into the play, does die straight away. It's all down to Toad, and even he cannot stay close by. And finally, the wipe does come on out. That does generate that now time and the space to really initiate the cash out in favor of Placeholder.
Again, another situation where pressure is just the presence. And we just see how quickly placeholders are able to quickly rotate to a different position, find a little bit of space to help their heavy really utilize that set of utility, their weaponry, to maximize damage. On top of that, when they are in danger in close quarters, the goo is phenomenal. I think you made point of it during the fight. It's such a brilliant stall weapon to give yourself space, which is what placeholders need for their strategy to work.
Exactly that, yeah. The goo has been able to really find some good setups, but it's only when there is a little bit more of a respite for placeholders to really get the setups going. I say that already the players of Gingus are dropping like flies, and only one last man standing, ShunnedToast, looking to try to at least keep things in the rolling, tries to stay as mobile and as active as possible, and the steel revive does come on out. UglyToad is the one to be brought on back in, but only for half HP. He will need to get out of the damage range as quickly as possible, but even that is impossible, and Toast, unfortunately, unable to really keep things in a running, or able to... Oh, hello. Right, Demonision was a little bit lost there for a brief moment.
Demonision was so desperate. I saw the defibs out again. I knew what he was going for, and if that's why we saw the runaway to not get defib killed. Another masterclass on just how to defend from placeholders, and we sat at the start of this game saying, hey, like, is this placeholder's game to run away with, or this Gingus's map to put pressure on? I still stand by that Gingus is putting a really good amount of pressure here to keep placeholders alert and awake on what they need to do. However, I do feel there's a little bit of running away starting to come through.
Yeah, well, I mean, between so far Placeholder and Gingus, they sort of being now... Oh, that's unfortunate there. At least there's defibs.
Do you want to talk about it, Blue? Do you want to come to my office later on and we'll discuss it?
Yeah. I would imagine that would be the last thing that you would want, at least right now, considering just the absolute chaos that is probably happening in the comms as well. But look at this as well. The Gorgon once again creates a nice and steady place for that progress to happen as the real hook comes on out. Blue somehow stays alive for as long as he did. It's all down to Demonition to really try to bring it all back. But by the looks of it, yeah, it's going to be CC as well as Demonition to just try to at least keep the range going before any sort of actual gunfight does begin.
Placeholders, that initial push was a full-on ego chow. There was no need for them to push up onto Gingus. There was no need to get in their face. And in doing so, they made the game harder. And I would even err in the caution that for a brief moment, they were trolling. But here's the strategy which has just popped in my head about it. They were protecting C. You had to put pressure on because, yes, they had control of the construction site, but they didn't have control of this one. With all the damage that's come through, the witch up, ice hooking it upwards. It's gonna create a stall, only for a brief moment.
It's trying to stay alive. Blue somehow just magically is alive amidst the healing beam from Demonition to just keep them in the running, and it certainly doesn't look like the jump pad is not working out just particularly too well. Sledgehammer to come on through, already low HP on Toast. Right now for Gingus, they need to hold on to this as much as possible because this is their lifeline to go into map number 3, because here, if Placeholder do steal it away, I believe map number 3 is going to be deemed nil here as well. Piper, this is going to be an absolute clincher here right now, and well, Elapid will be praying that the lockbolt does click in the right position for the Sledgehammer to finally swing right.
Oh, good goo again! It denied sightline, and that could, if the steal continued to go through, it would have been perfect. Steal now going through on the lower half of it, but they're going to have to push up to it. It's gone through, but it's down to 1. CC's been wiped. Gingus will take it back immediately. But the idea of the stall from Blue was phenomenal to see. And that will be game. That will be map. Gingus have given themselves a lifeline.
In fact, they did, yeah. The altogether chaotic nature that was that final gunfight basically really changed things around. And yeah, the dance does come on through at the end. Yeah, map number 2 to go into the hands of Gingus. Yeah, look, they were very much close to losing it all out, if not for the fact that the Sledgehammer at the end managed to really fully connect with the 2 out of 3 players. That would have been a completely different storyline, a different talk as well to top it all off, and it would have been just an absolutely dangerous conclusion there for Gingus, and will be potentially dropping them, well, not potentially, would be dropping them down as well into the lower bracket. But look, alas, we're not yet just there. We do require one more map to be played, and off the back of that, look, Placeholder, whilst the first run was very much of a dire one, the second Vault certainly showed that they can still bite, and bite they can in full. I mean, Demonition currently clocking in the highest combat score as well, amidst all of the whilst also providing the support, whilst providing the heals, whilst providing everything, a bit of this, bit of that. And look, he did a absolutely great turnaround, and I feel at this point it was more so just the fact that, well, what can you do when you are running against a pretty well coordinated and a very well versed Sledgehammer roster?
Yeah, it's very hard to get around them when things get close, but Placeholders have been brilliant at creating space. I mentioned it during the fight, the use of the goo to create a little bit of a barrier, separate themselves away, and then also just their map positioning. Constantly pressure upon pressure upon pressure. Just this time, Gingus, once they realize that going to the center is not the play, not the pathway you want to do, they played in their own battles. They played in their own territory, and it just worked. And when they set up Gingus and they have control of the map, different story. It's almost like we talk about how Placeholders were in Skyway. Impossible to breach, impossible to break. All you need to do is just win that initial fight, and that is the hardest bit to do.
Exactly that. Well, with that said and done, I believe our final map will be to come on through. I want to say that was the... Yeah, Fangwai City, yeah, to bring on in now. Fangwai does sort of... Now we got, 2 maps that we got to see, I suppose, call it map number 1, the highest of the highs for Placeholders. The highest of the highs, map 2, was for Gingus, albeit with a few hiccups here and there. Fangwai, I feel like the win condition here on the side of Placeholders would be the goo gun really, enabling the setups, and for the 2 mediums to really be able to keeping away from the Sledgehammer, because I feel like that's the main issue for them. It's just staying clear of the sledge. Whereas on the side of Gingus, it feels like it's the setup for the close range, isn't it? Oh, hello.
Yeah. Oh, hello. What type of settings do you use? That's a good question. Yeah, it very much is. How do you counter this? As again, we're getting teased with a full medium that we have been confirmed is banned in OFL. Even though Embark rulings say it is fine, in OFL it is not. But we are seeing a composition change. Heavy, medium, medium on Gingus.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty right on point. The choice, did I just see an LH1 as well to be brought on in on the side of UglyToast? No, it's a CB repeater as well to bring on in damage, and nice snipe as well. Demonision by. Thank you for playing with us. Back to the spectator screen you go. One would hope that maybe CC would be able to bring him back, but as of now, it's actually Elapid that is taking quite a fair bit of damage. Placeholder really looking to keep on applying more and more pressure, as right now Blue not in the brightest position, and it's all down to CC to be able to keep things in a running. The AKM is the one to try to ring on out, but unfortunately not enough of damage to be held here. And instead, well, at least it's a trade. At least the pulse is there to keep things running. Is he able to run away? He actually, in fact, is insane of a turnaround to come on through, and the revive to boot as well. CC is able to keep Placeholder just in the running, just enough, and then a coin, I believe, to come on out. I believe it would be courtesy of Blue, if I saw that correctly.
Wow. CC,
okay.
That was clutch, keeping the momentum, keeping the pace up, and just allowing bounce pad upon bounce pad. That's going to be a huge amount of damage. No, you do not! Oh my god, I thought it was going to happen.
No.
Oh, I told you there's going to be some defib kills coming onto screen. We saw it in the feed. We thought we were going to get one onto Void. Okay, so this is the game we're going to be expecting. Steel starts to go through. Placeholders will say thank you very much. Free and done, but Gingus have done a fantastic job at getting rid of the rest of Placeholders.
Yeah, nice and overall steady progression for Gingus, and well, Placeholders unable to really much to do of anything really. Yeah, look, the MGL is great and all, but when you're unable to get it into the gunfight amidst your other two mediums, well, that might start becoming a detriment. And I wouldn't mind even seeing, just even if it is just a change of the gun from the MGL to the M60, but by the looks of it right now, is more pressing matters right now for Blue, as he's trying to kite away some more players of Gingus to at least allow the steal to happen.
Demon's already used 2 coins to keep himself in this fight, so this is quite critical in a broader map sense. But again, CC stepping up with the AK and saying, I'm here for a bit of fun. You guys need to step aside. Elapid left alive. We know when he's left alone, it's a bit harder for him to do any form of damage. He will take the L, and yeah. Well, we can't really say that was a fair defib kill. He kind of let it happen.
Ah, look, I mean, gotta hand it to the man sometimes. I'll say, look, there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of options there, and you know, maybe some sort of redemption for the previously disallowed play to come happen. So, look, in the meantime, at least for Placeholder, they are able to grab themselves that first cash out. Now going into the second one, into the second vault. Gingus are already set up, and well, rather, I say set up. They sort of set up. They're waiting for the push towards them, and by the looks of it, it's actually just a straight up just damage to come on through from UglyToad. The repeater is just doing a number on the opposition, and without much of a return to form, well, they won't really be letting Placeholder run away as the F-car rings on out for some more damage, and that's gone. CC will be forced to try to pull out some mad tacky plays to just keep things in the run.
Oh, with no winch, it's just making it so much harder to try and get the sledge done. There's the lock. That's going to help him. And we're back to CC once again, and we've seen on the very first gunfights, he was able to stay alive and do a load of damage and bring his team back into play. Can he do that for a third time? Answer, no. Gonna wait for the coins to come through. I think Demon might not coin, actually. Purely because he is only on 1 coin left. Once again, damage goes through. Can he nick the totem? He can. And thankfully, because he's using Shockwave, rotate out quickly. Will get caught off guard. And Toast will finally get the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much that could have been done there, considering just how absolutely jam-packed that whole gunfight was, and really not much else that could have really been said for Placeholder. Just they got caught off there, and the momentum and the movement out of Gingus to come on through has been absolutely top-notch, so I have to give it to them. That was pretty well organized. Now the question being is, what are they going to do? A switch over to the P90, Dugan there to procure a little bit more of the verticality as well, and by the looks of it, Blue is actually pretty happy to just stay nice and at range, just keep on raining in just a mortar fire.
I thought mortars was a PUBG weapon, but clearly it's becoming a new ability inside the finals. And talking of abilities, how about finding the flank, finding yourself a position that's really good? Again, the shockwave, keeping himself away from the sledge, from swinging. He has to reset as the gunfights continue to get all closer. Personal 1 HP! Man. Oh, that's so annoying. Happens all the time to everybody. The last bullet rains out and you have to quickly reload before the final fight goes through. But Toad drops to the floor. Both of the Ginguses have been forced off point because CC has been doing a fantastic job at kiting them away. Steals come through, and just to let you know, Cthulhu, if this stays as it is, Placeholders continue in the upper bracket and to the finals.
Exactly that, yeah. There's very little time right now left for Gingus to really keep things in a running, and CC right now is doing an absolute darn best to just keep up the damage, keep deterring the push from happening. The sledgehammer is gone, Elapid is out of the equation, UglyToad is back into the swing courtesy of the revive, and ShunnedToast is gone. 1 versus 2, a medium on medium carnage is about to incur here, and well, one would hope that there will be some sort of a return to form, but as of now, with Blue back into the swing of things are very much rapidly decelerating here for Gingus as the timer is now running down. There's not much time, there's no more time to make that play happen, and that is it, I believe. Hyper, in fact, GG. The first team to move up in the winners bracket is going to be the Placeholders, as Gingus forced into the lower bracket battle.
To be honest, not surprised. I think Placeholders were the better team out of this showing. They demonstrated that once they had control of the vaults, you couldn't run away. You could not run away. And when the cash out started, yeah, it was just end game from here onwards. So congratulations for Blue, Demon, and CC for making it to the grand finals, where it is a bracket reset grand finals, which we will have to see who makes it through the lower runs, of course. Gingus will drop down to the losers final, but we will have to see if Whimsley or Insanelyfun will join them. But quick recap on this. This really was just CC's play.
Oh yeah. CC has had an absolutely ridiculously good overrun in terms of just how well he was able to keep things in a running, how well just the overall progression and the overall mobility has been with him as well. And yeah, no, this was just nice and clean turnaround, and the ability to keep the placeholders roster in the running without having to be stuck on a respawn just was absolutely invaluable here. So look, no, massive kudos there for them, and from here on out, well, for Placeholders, they just get to watch their opposition to sort of battle it all out and see what's the future holding for them.
Yeah, as mentioned, we are going to have to see who is going to join them. Whimsy versus Insanelyfun. Now, let's remind ourselves about how these two got here, because we started this whole series with a 3 matches of cash out, where it granted you points. Unfortunately, Insanelyfun did not have fun in any single one of them, last on every single occasion. Meanwhile, Whimsley got 3rd in the first on Soul, won Vegas, but just couldn't find themselves above 3rd in Cis Horizon, where the matter was 4 apiece walking into it. So there's going to be a bit of annoyance on Whimsley's side, and I feel in their mind, they could crush Insanelyfun. That's going from their mindset, not my words.
Oh yeah, no, you're very much hitting it right on the head there. For Whimsy Maxes, they shown us during the run of the Cashout. They are able to put quite a fair bit of a dent into just any of the team's performance. They are there to really put the hurt in every possible way. The question being is more so in a way, how will Insanelyfun be able to respond to any attempts here? Because like you've highlighted, things been on the rougher end for them. They haven't been really able to find much of a redemption or anything really for that matter, and the overall amount of times where they got caught off guard with their pants down and getting ganked and getting just absolutely denied any sort of progression certainly speaks to the levels of just, well, what can they do here? And well, the question from here on is, well, throw the strat book out into the wind and try to play your heart out in this one, I reckon.
Yeah, Insanelyfun has nice strats. They have, and I think I pointed it out from the Cashout stages, they're really good at creating the space. It's just finishing off the damage they've created. When they brought the flamethrower in on Sis Horizon, we started to see that really step up. They were able to force, I think it was Gingus off point 9 times out of 10, but they got the wipes on Whimsley. And again, creating this opening setting where they could have gone for the steal. Unfortunately, it was just third party galore, so nothing can come through for it, and that's why it didn't come through. However, flamethrower on 3v3s, you've got to get it right. You have to have the right position, the right place to make it work, especially on these map picks.
Yeah, look, the picks will need to come through in a pretty steady progression here. Nozomi as our map 1, number 2 is Fengwai once again, and Bernal as our map 3. I'm looking at all of this. It's definitely going to be quite a curious set. I would imagine that here something tells me that we might actually see a 2-mapper here, considering that if Insanelyfun do not lock in and will allow for the momentum to be gained by Whimsy Maxes, there's not much that would be able to happen. And considering that, whilst we had for the placeholders and such, we've had a very distinct sort of playstyles for them and Gingus on the side of Whimsy Maxes. It's a team that can really just flex a lot of the different a lot of roles on the side of Insanelyfun. It's an attempt to play something unusual out of the usual meta, or the off meta picks like the flamethrower, but I'm not entirely sure if the flamethrower here will really put in just the right amount of work, considering you do need a little bit more of a chaos for it to fully stick.
I feel like the Nozomi is going to be the best place for the flamethrower if we bring it out, because you have to remember, under the CNS section of the map, there is vegetation dotted around. So if the flame catches onto that, you start burning the whole place down, and it becomes a little bit harder to move through. So there is some fours, and also the corridors, the close quarter nature of Nozomi can be brilliant once you push in. But the key bit is getting inside, and with no light on the side of Insanelyfun, it's going to be a little bit harder. You're going to have to rely on your zip lines and your bounce pads.
Yeah, I mean, we did get to see a bit of the bounce pad play specifically from Whimsy Maxes, so quite possibly there's still an opportunity for that to happen. The HML lineups to coming out from Whimsy Maxes for a little bit more momentum, for a bit more mobility, whereas on the side of Insanelyfun, it's the dip towards the HMM to have a bit more of a play that dematerializes as well to come on through in the hands of NYKU. is looking to, well, at least enable some more of the vertical play setups as the tap towards the vault does come on through. It's, well, insanely fun, looking to at least start dictating the overall pace.
A nice level of caution. Normally that gunfight happens in the room that Insanelyfun is situated in. But instead of going all Hail Mary, Whimsley take their time, recognizing that, yeah, okay, like we know Insanelyfun was dead last in all the cash outs, but this is a different game mode. It's a different style of gameplay, so you have to show a level of respect towards your opponents. And in doing so, no engagement, well, not a big one at least, and cash out will start in favor of Insanelyfun.
Indeed, so already quite a fair bit of the destruction. The Lewis gun does get to ring out a little bit of damage, but not enough. Chickjenman to be forced downstairs alongside with the rest of the team as the overall damage to come on through. Jasper looking to try to just keep things in the running, but taking a lot of damage here amidst it all. The Shack 50 in the hands of the, I believe that was Baby, trying to keep the damage just nice and steady as well. And overall, Whimsy Maxes are having a bit more of a, well, steadier time overall. Insanelyfun forced off the plays. NYKU is gone, Chickjenman low on HP, and at least an attempt to re-engage might still come on through despite the player numbers disadvantage.
Baby was really unfortunate in that early stages of the fight, missing critical shots, and in doing so, not being able to take out Spurs, which, if you remember rightly, H-Infuser, way more powerful as a healing method than the heal beam itself. Yes, it doesn't last as long, but it will give you a quicker amount of boost. So, Steel goes through, and you're thinking to yourself, how do we change this up? As again, the fight will go in favor of Whimsy Maxes off the rip. Baby drop it down really low, has to try and dodge, can't do anything, and the pressure was electrifying. Whimsy Maxes, that's I'd say that's wave 1 done.
Oh yeah, very much so. Wave 1 sorted and dusted. That's the first score to come on through, and certainly in a very, you could say, whimsical way as well for them, the way how they managed to shut it all down. But all in all, IF, look, struggled a little bit there with continuity of that gunfight. The initial sort of engagement certainly looked pretty promising, but otherwise, well, the promise is all that was really delivered, not the actual result. And now going into the second vault, I'm not entirely sure what can really be done, because some sort of a switch will potentially need to be looked at, maybe going into map number 2, considering that the HMM certainly didn't bring the same promises they would have wanted. They sort of looked at the previous game of placeholders and thought, oh, look, we could probably do the same setup, and then they've attempted that same setup, or at least, well, in their own iteration with the dematerializer and such, and, well, that all sort of creaked a little bit and then fell through like a rotten out wooden flooring.
NYKU's playing a very defensive setup. A lot of, he's got, I can't get my words out. He's got a mines, he's got goo, and then he's got his bounce pad, and then dematerializer. So nothing in there is going to be that traditional double medium that you expect that goes and heals your opponents up. So be mindful. If Insanelyfun gets a second opportunity to defend, this could be powerful. But talking of powerful, how about Spurs coming from the rear? Gets a little close, your heart starts beating, but not. This is the neutralizer to do anything meaningful in that little kerfuffle.
Yeah, kerfuffle indeed. It's arguably the best way to really describe what really transpired there. In the meantime, Chickjenman deciding to sort of back away to give himself a bit of a breather after that what felt like a massive cortisol spike, and instead another one is coming on in. Mesh shield to bring on through. Jasper's forced to fall back as well, and off the back of that sheer abundance of damage, Baby decides, yeah, you know what, it's a good time to really go in for the swing. Gets his face blown clean smooth off, and now it's all down to Chickjenman and Baby to try to do anything, as Desync is rushing for the for any sort of recovery, for any sort of survival, but doesn't look like it's 16 HP, and the dream as he's gone. Whimsy Max is wiped clean, and now it's time to, well, get to banking.
Get the bank, get it set up, and celebrate, because Insanelyfun That is their second wipe of the tournament. That's a really sad stat to say, but it is very, very true. The second wipe, and this time, I think it's actually on Whimsy Maxes for the second time as well, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 times Whimsy Maxes have lost to Insanelyfun. I'm not going to do the maths on how many times Insanelyfun has lost. That's too much maths for what is 7:47 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say about casters trying to do maths live on broadcast. Well, let's not enforce that.
Yeah,
Don't do that. Yeah.
No. I mean, we may have got our qualifications in maths, but it doesn't mean we use them.
Yeah, no. Not when it comes down to gaming at all. Indeed. Look, in the meantime, though, well, speaking of the maths and geometry and such, Whimsy Max is looking to try to get that enforced in every possible way. Is Insanelyfun once again getting amongst it, getting active as well with the gunfight. Benji gone amidst all of the chaos and dropping down. Mesh shield is not enough to really keep things in a running as Baby is getting tagged to all hell. It's all down to Jaspers, but with the fact that Baby is gone, there's not much of the play to be done to be able to recover it. Oh, have to run. Gotta go. Thank you. See you later. Have a good one. Jaspers needs to stay alive. Otherwise, that is going to be a very dire position. And even then, oh, wow. The taser to bring on in to just buy a little bit more time, and it's perfect.
Neuralize gives you a little bit of breathing room, allows you that passive heal to come through, and this 1v1 between the medium and the light has been intense to watch. As, again, I referenced Tom and Jerry, it gives me throwbacks to the early 2000s. But all this going on has created a situation where Insanelyfun are now looking at an opportunity to get a cash out in their favor and continue this map to go on for one more wave.
Oh, wave indeed, as right now Insanelyfun trying to run away from amidst all of the damage, and Desync unable to hit, well, much of the winch, but at the very least the punches do connect. The knuckle sandwich, in fact, is in full capacity, and Baby is now forced to fall back. The steal will, though, come on through. Desync should be able to get this done, and in fact he does. Not enough of the disruption, and Baby gone. The wipeout is there, and this is the point for Whimsy Maxes, as Insanelyfun completely shut down on any sort of momentum here in map number 1.
Insanelyfun looking a lot more promising. A massive step up in terms of performance, but Whimsy Maxes, well, they just know where to be. They have a fantastic light. I wouldn't say carrying, but creating these opportunities, forcing the attention away from the initial battle. And that's from Spurs. 6-2 with great support, but a massive 3,900 combat damage. I think we walked in thinking this was going to be a wipe, but that definitely wasn't wipe-worthy title.
No, yeah. Not at all. But look, I mean, even with all the wipes that did happen, I would say the overall longevity in the run for Whimsy Maxes has to be commended. The fact that the recovery off the back of, well, what was it? 1, if not almost 2 wipes, they managed to really bounce back very quickly, get back into the overall swing of things, get active on the gunfights. Whereas it felt like the moment Insanelyfun got shut down, they took their time to get back in. It felt very uncertain in terms of their pushes on what they actually wanted to do, and it felt like instead of a organized sort of a 3-man stack, it felt like it was, you know, a 3-stack of solo players for the most of it. Because whilst yes, it was cool to see, you know, Baby and the rest of the roster, you know, getting proactive about the push, getting proactive about the gunfights. It felt like more than often than not that you know, NYKU is somewhere like trying to gauge aggro. Chickjenman is somewhere like in between NYKU and Baby is just in the middle of nowhere, kind of just not really taking enough of the damage. And it felt like before Baby even was able to get involved into the gunfight, both of the mediums were already wiped and gone.
Yeah, and you need your medium with the heal beam almost, I'd say, buddying up with you in a way, giving you the heals, allowing you to be more aggressive. That's the standardized role of a heavy medium dynamic. vice versa. If you do a heavy light or a heavy light, that light then becomes that healer that needs to stick by to provide heals, to provide them to become the tank that they are. But if there's any consolation, there's still another chance, and nobody puts Baby in the corner. That is what he will be screaming.
Exactly such, yeah. Well, we'll wait and see if anything does come to fruition here for map number 2. Jasper already does spot the rotation to come on through. Insanelyfun. Their positioning is a well-known entity, and in the meantime, for Whimsy Max's, oh look, a little bit of damage does get taken towards Desync and Benji Man, but it's in fact that, I'm not entirely too sure what was the play there from Jasper to try to get some of the gunfight happening before the rest of the team was able to join on in. An attempt to try to get rid of the medium actually comes costly here for Whimsy Max's, as 2 out of 3 players are going RPG eaten to the face, and that's the wipe. Benji gone. Baby is able to finally get amongst it, and now, after, well, roasting Insanelyfun for being, or at least looking relatively disorganized in map number 1, map number 2 is starting off on a much brighter note here for them.
Coordinated, pressured, love it. I love that. Brilliant from Insanelyfun, opening things up with a great amount of power and punch, a brilliant jump pad, opening the door to get them all the damage they wanted. In doing so, they've got a lot of setup time now. So the spawns, yeah, there's no map manipulation being done by Insanelyfun here, but what they have been very lucky is that the spawns from Whimsy Max's is going to give them time to make sure they're happy with how B is set up.
For the storm. Gas barrel to really at least rid the Insanelyfun roster of any sort of safety ground, but question being how Whimsy Max is looking to make the play happen, and it looks like the answer will be behind the mesh shield, as the repeater doesn't actually connect at all. The dive is happening in full capacity, and the Lewis gun does ring on out. That's one of the mediums out of the equation. NYKU tries to stay alive for as long as possible, so is Baby, but Baby, without any sort of heals, is unable to keep on kicking. It's all down to NYKU to try to just stay alive, prevent the team from having to completely wipe out and revive after such a long time, but no, unable to do much. 20 seconds on the clock, and the cash out should be Whimsy Max's.
Yeah, easily done. And again, Whimsy Max's is just constantly finding a new angle. Their rotation is phenomenal. I don't think that's something we have really spoken about, is how good they can move from one position to another, coordinate a new attack plan on the fly, and then still come out with barely a scratch on the side of them. There's gonna be one last ditched attempt of a push on the side of Insanelyfun. I don't think this is enough time, so this is gonna become an ego chow more than anything, because there comes a time. Cashbox won in favor of Whimsy Max's, and on, well, series point.
Series point indeed. Whimsy Max's now looking very, very promising here to just shut things down. 2-mapper might very much be on the cards here. Hyper and Insanelyfun, they trying their best to just keep things in a running. I'm not entirely sure. So the Shat 50 is ringing out more so towards the ghosts and trying to shut the demons out, it seems, amidst that gunfight. And otherwise, NYKU trying to get the run started here to get some, at least, form of preparation to be started here for Insanelyfun. They need that room for breathing to get themselves set up to play for that vertical, but already Whimsy Maxes are so close and hot on their heels.
They identified that run was going through, and instead of going straight forward to chase, take a bit of a wider line, guarantee you're not going to run into Insanelyfun, and that jump pad didn't work. Hang on a minute. Yay! We got to the roof. We got to the roof eventually. But it's a trap. It's a trap. Whimsley was there, and they have. Well, they've slowly crept up, and I don't feel Insanelyfun has recognized the presence that Whimsley have put forward here.
Yeah, I don't think they have yet, considering just how much of a high ground is being organized here. Just add the lava, maybe then they'll be able to spot the high ground and then the trap as well amidst it all, but Baby so far trying his very best to stay alive, but already bursted down to barely any HP. Mind you, just might be shut down as it's on heavy on heavy violence. Blue grenade to try to shut things down. The shotgun is there, actually does clear on out. That's the Cerberus doing the absolute bits there against Jasper. And an attempt to revive. NYKU will be able to get at least the momentum back up and running. I believe that is Chickjenman, yeah, back up in there. And an attempt to steal will be certainly coming on through. Dematerialize is not enough. And yes, certainly the timing is perfect there. Now the ball is in the hands of Insanelyfun. They need to be the ones to shut it all down and prevent the scoring from happening, because otherwise that is GG.
An opportunity has opened up. Desync dropped, Benji dropped, Spurs is very far away, Steel starts to go through, but we know that he's got the Neuralizer, and that will become critical. A great stall, and that's perfect timing, and he just needs to stay alive for a bit longer! The wipe goes through, but the clock, I don't think there's time! Oh,
there
it
is.
still went through. I think it's the wrong way around.
It still went through. Yeah, it's the other way around now. The steal did in fact fully happen here, Hyper. So we back into the swing of things, back for one more. That still doesn't take away the overall pressure of Insanelyfun. They're still on the precipice of losing here.
Whimsy, though, they're in a good place. They're still on series point, while Insanelyfun is only on map point. Two different scenarios they find themselves in. Insanely could extend this game, bring us to Banal to go for one more fight. Or Whimsley could turn around here and say, hey, yo, you know what, guys? We kind of let that previous cash out slide. We're going to finish it off here. But we've seen how good Insanelyfun are at attacking. It's their defense. I have noticed time and time again. They're hiding in corners and around sight, making themselves so obvious to attack.
Yeah, look, Insanelyfun, it's been a bit of a curious one where it sort of looks like they're able to at least set themselves up. But yeah, like you said, overexposure certainly being a massive problem to really worth noting about, and right now Lewis Gunn is doing some absolutely bits there for the damage to keep the opposition nice and softened up with the HP, but so can be said about Jasper and Desync. But as of now, actually, no, back up to full HP. So is the Insanelyfun roster. They could really start throwing in their hands into this gunfight, because right now it's all about the chaos.
Another nullifier. Gonna stop Chicken from doing anything for a brief moment. Gives him a bit of space to breathe, but Baby drops down low. Now gone out the lobby, opening things up. Now you're gonna see Whimsley really increase that pressure tenfold to make sure that Chicken and NYKU are nowhere near to first of all, get close to their point, and second of all, deny anything. So, Steel starts to go through. DMAT's still around, and that pressure not doing the best it can, but it opens the door. Then in doing so, how about a full face of the Lewis gun as it starts to rain down? The wipe goes through. Steel to Whimsy maxes, and series point is starting to come alive.
Exactly that, yeah. That point now all live for the taking. I believe there may be just about 2 more waves, if not just 1 remaining, depending on how quickly Insanelyfun looking to try to accelerate towards it. But as of now, Whimsy Maxes are certainly looking much more prepared, much more set up, as all the destruction is starting to come on through. In comes the dive. We are looking to accelerate this pretty quickly here, Hyper.
It's fast, it's furious. Where's the Tokyo Drift? Oh wait, we're in China, not Japan. Nonetheless, aggression with the Cerberus. It's been a very powerful tool to get damage down, but so is the Shaq Baby, doing a good amount of damage. This initial tap on the point isn't going to draw anybody to it. So reset has to come through. Reposition yourself to go hunting this time. As we finally see Desync dropping to the floor, as all of Insanelyfun buddying up together. They're not wanting to separate in any shape or form. Down to Spurs. He's been in this situation before. He has to land the right person. The Nullifier's on the wrong person. This deal's gone through. And Insanelyfun will survive one more map.
Oh my days, the absolute, just an upset to come on through. I told you, the moment we'll get to see IF going into the 3v3, they might just be able to bite back finally, and certainly bite back they did. Map number 3 not to come on through, but off the back of just, look, I will still say it, a scrappy gameplay to come on through from them, but it was just the right amount of scrappiness to keep them afloat. On the side of, well, WimzyMax's, you look at the overall scoreline, things didn't really particularly pan out too well. Benji stuck on the support role for the most of it, and otherwise it's been an attempt to make it as a Jasper sort of show, and yeah, the Null once again, second time in a row being missed. I feel like at this point you may start to reconsider and think, well, maybe it's not the brightest sort of idea to, you know, just stick one player and rely on just that one person to be able to deny any sort of in-game sort of play, because as of now, well, that's 2 for 2. That was a unfortunate sort of turnaround and not really much of a return on that investment either.
I wouldn't go as far as no return on the investment. The Nullifier we've seen on numerous other fights has been quite powerful, has allowed him some breathing space to get away. So I wouldn't say it's a bad choice. It's what I've seen on both occasions. He flicks up. The person's crouched in front of you and then he flicks up. So Spurs just needs to stop flicking and just flick down in a way to get the Nullifier on the right person. But that's being overly critical, overly technical, because in the heat of the moment, you've got many bodies covering one person. So yeah, it's a hard angle to get. Nonetheless, do I want to see more from Benji? I do. Like, yes, he is healing. Yes, he is doing a fantastic job at being the support he should be, but the damage output isn't there. You're good for a heal, but you've got to be able to support your team as well.
Exactly that, yeah. Gotta be able to support, gotta be able to well, do both of the scenarios, because in this kind of disposition, you sort of forced to play on both fronts here. So look, maybe we'll get to see something a little bit more out of Benji going into map number 3, but it was certainly not the most brightest situation, and considering how shut down he was, that meant that, well, for WimzyMaxes, they were forced to be consistently playing at least for that only 2-player damage output rather than a full 3-man damage team. So look, yep, on the side of IF, they done a perfect play for their overall run. They managed to really just shut down any progress, any momentum, and that's all that really took to prevent WimzyMaxes from really wrapping up the entirety of the best of 3 in map number 2. So map number 3 now is looking a heck of a lot more uncertain to me, at least personally, Hyper, considering that I originally look, if I was ever a betting man, I would have bet onto WimzyMaxes to just take it out in 2 maps, considering just how grim things looked.
Yeah, well, it's a good job he didn't put down money. You know, 25k is a lot of money to bet. So, yeah. Nonetheless, let's go for one more round in these lower bracket semis. Who thought we were going to have a great time? Hell yeah, we're having a great time. As off to the races, the fine gentlemen go. As we say that, who is that standing still? I think it's one of the WimzyMaxes.
I believe it might be. Let me see.
Oh, no. He's running again.
We're back. Okay.
We're good.
Right. Maybe a slight moment, maybe getting just the last bit of munchies as well in whilst preparing for the map number 3. And straight away, all the damage being sunken right into baby the M11 being an absolutely beam that it is, with Glitch Nade to boot, looking to really put the hurt, courtesy of Jaspers, into the roster of IF. And from here on, the question being is, well, for the Whimsy Maxes team, how are they looking to exploit the top floor presence? Because we got to see already how the placeholders do it, and they did it actually extremely well. The question being is, are they going to actually be able to capitalize off the back of that position, off the back of just the sheer amount of angles that have opened up for them? And then, oh, the winch as well to be brought on out. Desync now switching the strategies around. We're going full offensive.
Yeah, go attack, go aggressive, make sure you've put the pressure on, and I tell you what, it's worked. Spurs doing the fantastic job of a light that he is, finds a second as well. Is there a number for 3? I would love to see a full wipe come in, but no. Chickjenman gonna get put back into play, and that fight will yet continue. We talk about Spurs and how brilliant he is at finding these off angles, and yes, we critiqued him for not getting the neuralizer, but let's be real, he's a damage output pro.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the moment the M11 gets to ring on out, or maybe just, well, hush out, it's just all over Red Rover. NYKU gone. And speaking of being all over, done and dusted, and the dematerializer doesn't really get much of a swing, much of a play, as Whimsy Maxes are back into the control over the vault. And for Insanelyfun, they being left with a question, well, what do we do now? Do we chase? Do we try to set up for a retake? Do we just give up? Well, certainly hope that's not the latter, but hopefully not the latter, yeah. But nonetheless, yeah, look, so far for IF, they looking to, oh man, get proactive pretty quickly, and certainly off the back of the dematerializer, NYKU is there to certainly throw a bit of a spanner in the works, and certainly the spanner has in fact worked. It's all down to Desync to do anything, and he just decides to, okay.
Yeah, right. Take the wipe.
Okay.
No, it makes sense. Insanelyfun pushed in, got the first 2. Desync realized he's not in a position to fight. Yeah, get the wipe. You then spend 20 seconds respawning back in. Bang, you go in for the retake. It makes more sense to wipe, and it's a rarity for those who play rank, and you're sitting here going, but I don't want to lose money. You don't lose money here, so take the wipe.
Exactly that, yeah. And best to lose money now than, well, if there was any sort of loss, best to lose money now and be able to still have a full team ready to go all together, rather than wait for the most disconnected push to potentially happen, or waste risk wasting time even more. So you're very much right on the point here, Hyper, and well, Baby was already needing to get proactive about his damage output, because otherwise the winch will claim him.
Yeah, Mesh Shield denied the winch. Of course, that buff came in Season 9 that it stopped the winches from pulling anybody through. So, Mesh Shield, a good choice, and it seems to have been a mindful pick as well, because of Desync and how good he's been with that Shack. Unfortunately, winch play, he's only hit 1 in this tournament. That's a sad fact, but it's very true. Final few seconds on this Cashout. If there's a dive, it has to be now. And the steel will start to go through. A lot of heals going to be pushed out, but everybody's all over him, but it won't be enough. Insanelyfun, for the first time, series point.
Match point, series point. Certainly not the kind of turnaround that Whimsy Max has wanted. A reverse sweep would be an absolute tilter here for them as well, considering how well things were looking throughout the cash out, throughout the map number 1. And then it all started into the second half of map number 2, running out of gas, running out of just any momentum for themselves, causes so many more problems mentally as well. So as of now, IF on such a powerful position, and look, I have to give it to them. They managed to really bring it all back, and being able to just keep on being that nuisance. It's not even the fact that it's just, you know, a straight on a one-on-one fight that is being won. It's the fact that in terms of the just in the heat of a moment, them being able to just absolutely turn things around and nullify a majority of the setups that Whimsy Maxes were able to pull off, meant that they sort of forced to adjust and adapt on the go, which so far evidently not been the most promising turnaround, as the RPG does claim Benji. Now, once again, Desync is not for long in this world either. Jasper's the last man standing, and at this point, Jasper's might need to actually try to stay alive for a little bit longer and try to maybe dish out some damage, but as things stand, doesn't look like he's going to be allowed to do that either. 4 HP in a dream.
Perfect. Insanely fun catching Whimsy running away. And in doing so, now they have control of that vault. They can then decide where they want to go. But it is also Spurs they're up against, so that's somebody you've got to be mindful of to not do all the damage. Nonetheless, full control in Insanely Fun's corner. They took over what was supposed to be that rotation over to C. And on top of that, they get to set up with a little bit of setup time as well. It's a dream come true.
Yeah, dream come true indeed. So far, the dream turned into a nightmare for Whimsy, though, considering the whole momentum has been completely drawn out. First attempt at the retake to come on in. Oh, actually perfect. Oh my days. Goodbye. Yeah, see you later. Doors closed. Slammed shot, as a matter of fact, into the face of Whimsy Maxes. And now it's the more so conventional attempt to play with the with the destructibility. Baby is gone, courtesy of that winch as well, and now all of a sudden Insanelyfun getting quite Chickjenman, last man standing, chased and attempted to get shot down, and the Shack 50 might just be concluding that run. In fact, it will be. It's a full wipe and a retake. Whimsy Maxes have the opportunity to really, well, extend the run so far for as much as possible, and there is, I believe, just about enough time for Insanelyfun to try to make a comeback here.
About 45 seconds is what they're going to have to rotate over and attack. It takes about 5 to 10 seconds, a quick rotate, to get back to point no matter where you spawn. I tell you what, time and time again, Insanelyfun have been kings at attacking. They got to show it once again. The jump starts to come in, the pressure comes forward, but there's two players hiding around the corner, breaking a mass amount of damage. Baby will be the first to drop. This is not the push that Insanelyfun had planned for, because now Chickjenman's dropped to the floor. NYKU left alive, and it's got to be the clutch of a lifetime. Final few seconds, and we're going to yet the final cash out. And this is the do or die. Both teams on series point. This is the make or break.
No more repeats, no more map number 3s. That is it. Do or die scenario here for both of the teams here. And, well, on the side of Insanelyfun, what seems like a bit of a trip up could transform into a outright fall. On the side of Whimsy Maxes, it's a chance, a promise at potentially being able to finally return back to form after what was a absolute of an upset and a half of the second half of map 2 and the beginning of map 1. So, sorry, the beginning of map 3. For IF, maybe, I believe, just getting revived yet and decides to not coin just yet, as that one is reserved for the Hail Mary play to bring it all back. Otherwise, no banking just yet. The cash out number 3 is yet to happen, and we're just awaiting patiently. Whimsy Max is looking to strike from the distance.
Oh, I've worked out what they're doing. This is clever. So Whimsy Maxes have actually set themselves up onto, I think it's A they've put it on.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, yeah, you can see what they had done was set themselves up onto point. They were going to allow Insanelyfun to collect the box and bring it to the cash out. But they've decided against it. So what was going to be quite an interesting strat has turned into a different direction. Instead, we're going to be going to the structures, which if you destroy 2 of the edge corners, you could drop the entire thing down.
Could do that indeed, and plenty of verticality to be played here. NYKU to try to see if maybe there is a way to steal, but I mean, looking at the positioning so far, bit of a disconnected sort of play here, drawing up the time as well. Still plenty to really work with, but as of now, it's the approach. Chickjenman looking to try to maybe catch a couple of bits of damage, or at least rather dish on out, but instead catches some to the face. And Jasper is the one to catch the shot from the repeater. As of now, it's a bit of a disconnected sort of positioning here between the IF players. The heavy and the medium of Chickjenman, oh sorry, of NYKU and Baby on one side, and on the other side, Chickjenman is trying to draw the attention. Unfortunately, Baby taking quite a fair bit of damage and looking to try to just get some sort of momentum going, but are they aware that there's already the pressure about to start mounting from just down below, and Cashout is about to be dropped on down as well?
I want to drop it down to the bottom. As soon as you do that, you make it so much easier for Whimsley to defend, assuming they hold height. Talking about making it easier, how about the damage output of Chickjenman down low, having to back away from the fight, knowing that this push is unsuccessful. It's a tight room, which realistically the Cerberus should be powerful in these scenarios, but so is the Shack. Up close and personal, as finally that first drop will come through. Insanelyfun will start to crumble under the pressure. Their only push, they won't have a second opportunity. Good night, Sweet Moon. It's done. Whimsley Maxes will advance to the losers final.
There we go, all done and dusted. They managed to recover after such an upsetting turnaround in the second half of map number 2 and brought it all back after giving quite a hefty jump scare by Insanelyfun. But for IF roster, that is it for their playoffs opportunities here. They get to, well, stick around and watch, and in the meantime, on the side of Whimsy Maxes, they get to, well, celebrate for a brief moment, and then, well, back into the absolute meat grinder they go, because I believe the next one against them to play on out is going to be Gingus that they would have to verse, and that is a whole different bag of worms, as well as that one will arguably be even more of a painful run.
It's going to be a harder run indeed as we look at the boards, and oh dear, I'm seeing a goo barrel. Chickjenman going 0-5. That's definitely not the game you wanted to see, but definitely a lot better from IF. Definitely a stronger performance, and I would say an enjoyable performance to watch. Their attack is strong. They know how to jump into sites and open things up and push Whimsley into the corners, out of the point, and then create the opportunity to steal. But they focus so much on the killing that it also can be their downfall as well, that they're over-aggressing a bit too much. So there's a tit for tat on their strategy that is enjoyable for us viewers, but not great for their strategy.
Exactly so, yeah. Too bloodthirsty, but not enough of the objective play that ended up, well, really being the nail in the coffin for them. Well, with that, we do bid farewell for the IF roster until the next time. But otherwise, look, Gingus versus Whimsy Max's grand finals is already being set up, and it's Placeholder awaiting for the winner of the lower bracket match 2 winners to come on through, and even that one is going to be an absolute crazy fiesta, being a best of 5 as well. So look, in the meantime, we will take a bit of a break. After the break, though, it's a best of 3 for the lower bracket to see who will get to survive that, and after that, the grand final, the grand fiesta, and, well, to see who gets crowned the winner, the king of the Division 2. Apologies on my end. That was all a ruse. It appears, from my own computer to throw all the spanners in the work. But welcome back to the OFL Division 2 playoffs. Once again, back Cthulhu and Hyper on the mic. And look, Hyper, we got to see a pretty full-on, pretty intense set of games. We started things off with the all together. Cashout to decide our, I guess, call it the seedings going into the winner and loser brackets. We got to see our first team to be nominated for the grand final, and we got to see one team now eliminated out of the playoffs. That is IF, Insanelyfun, gone and out. Now up ahead is the second match of the lower bracket, as well as then grand final. So Gingus versus Whimsy Maxes. So far, all the matches leading up to it so far, what would you say was the, I guess, call it the biggest highlight out of all of them?
I think realistically, the defense on Whimsy Maxes is something to be questioned, because as much as we were talking, really focusing on Insanelyfun during that match and how their defense was quite questionable, when you really watch it back, when you kind of dig your mind into it, the defense on Whimsy Maxes was not up to par. They've got a fantastic attack, they've got a fantastic light, which they're heavily leading on to create the space, to create play. But when it comes to actually defending their point, that's where it kind of starts to unfold and start to go downhill. The my words aren't coming out my mouth. Gingus.
Almost there. Gingus.
We're getting there. Gingus, there we go. Sorry, dyslexia is a bitch. When Gingus was in their defensive plays, it was a lot stronger. They were able to hold off placeholders for a lot longer. It was just the attacking mentality of being able to change these rotations from placeholders to gain that beautiful height, to force Gingus into this new position that had to attack height, that what allowed this site to open up, and hence Gingus losing out against placeholders. But realistically, you could still coin flip this match and it could land on either side and go either way.
Yeah, could land on either way here, but I would say, yeah, between Gingus's struggles with the consistency in terms of the defense and Whimsy Max's struggles more so with the consistency, if anything, that one I feel is going to be the main, at least not talking point, pardon me, the main question to be asked going into the match itself. Look, I'll say Jasper will have work cut out for him in terms of being just the dedicated light player for Whimsy Maxes, I feel, considering how absolutely dangerous, how harrowing Elapid has been with his plays with the sledgehammer. The moment we get to see anything close quarters, just run. At this point, you don't even contest the point. Just run, dip, run the hell away, because otherwise, it is a menace to be witnessing. A massive watermelon head man with a sledgehammer running at you and just absolutely mauling down your whole entire team. With Skyway and Monaco out of the way, at least that does help Gingus quite a fair bit. Moving into the map picks and bans, and it's Fortune Stadium to kick us off.
No surprise. I'm not surprised we're finally getting to see a little bit of Fortune. What I am surprised is the amount of Fangwai we are seeing right now. That is a lot, and I'm all for it. Okay. I'm all for a good Fangwai battle. Nozomi Citadel will be the decider that we go to, but a banal ban as well. Clearly not wanting to play the range game. But Fortune, small, precise. These vault fights are going to become so much more important, because not only are you going to be looking at map positioning, you have to win, because the distance between the hotel building and hospital is about 150 meters, which sometimes can be the spawn of Banal. So that distance can get closed extremely easily.
Extremely easily indeed. And I mean, we got to see Gingus actually finally be able to tighten up their act closer to the conclusion of their best of three against the placeholders as well. So look, they could certainly put quite a fair bit of a damage against Whimsy Maxes here. But my I guess question here, my curiosity here as well, how will Whimsy Maxes now be able to really, up their game? Because whilst against the IF they managed to allow themselves, a few hiccups here and there, something tells me that Gingus won't really allow those hiccups to really happen, or rather go unpunished.
Yeah, you've iron out those little niggly points, and you're all good. But those niggly points, some of them were forced by IF, some of them was unenforced. It's the unenforced ones you need to make sure you do get tossed away. But then you got to talk about compositions. Do you change anything? We know we're going for a heavy, medium, light on Whimsy Maxes. I believe it was a heavy, medium for the Gingus side of things. It looks like nobody's changing it around. But I'll pose a question to you, Cthulhu. Mm-hmm. If you were in this situation, would you change up any compositions to outplay them?
Look, I would say, at least from the perspective of the Gingus, I don't think really any change needs to really happen. They have the the formula. Why change if it? I mean, for the most of it works. Yes, look, there is counterplay to it, and I mean the placeholders managed to find that counterplay against Whimsy Maxes. I have a feeling that counterplay would be in their best interests to try to establish rather than for Gingus to really change anything. So I'd say if the winning formula is winning, well why change it? So now onwards and upwards, it seems Whimsy Max's attempt at least the response to that lineup is seeming to be high ground. We once again looking for, this time, the revenge of Whimsy Maxes, at least, it looks like.
Benji, if you watch back on this, I did watch you try and jump up a wall that was not mountable. So, just want to make note, we caught that in 4K. Nonetheless, pretty quiet to kick things off. Why should I start speaking? Yeah, why should I start speaking? It looks to go straight underneath, and this is going to be a different way to get the plug going. Destroy above and then put the plant in, and in doing so, Winsley will say thank you very much. They now have height in this situation, so Gingus, I guess not the most fluid way of getting this game started, but it's definitely a way to get it started.
Indeed it is. In the meantime, already a steal attempt is coming on through without much of a response. There is finally the destruction of the flooring, and now a full-on gunfight. Toad is the one to get rid of Jasper as well. That's the big playmaker as well. That's your light out of the equation. Another one to try to make the play happen. He's looking to be Benji, trying to keep himself alive, and does dedicate himself to being the support for Desync. All things considered, I believe it was mentioned that Benji has been a relatively recent addition to the overall league. So, for all intents and purposes, the man has been putting in a pretty solid work. But against the repeater here, it's going to be quite a difficult one. Gingus has the perfect position. They have the high ground here. And the question being as well, where's Elapid going to move around with all of this high ground? Because from there on, he just needs to go in for the swing and just the drop down and smash and grab, really.
Yeah, you don't want that situation, but good destruction of the gas. This will then create a little bit of a buffer, but you need to look above, because still, you do have Gingus who can drop down at any point. So little taps here and there as the repeater again being powerful. A winch creates the stall, but this slow play from Gingus has slowed down Whimsley, and Whimsley so desperately wants a faster paced gameplay, but it's just not coming to them. They're having to slow down at almost a snail's pace.
Exactly that. The sledgehammer now coming on through. It's the Macho Man, Randy Savage, here to bring in the heat and the smash, but it's the Volt that does go into the hands of Gingus with full denial. Like you said, yeah, the attempt at full acceleration was there, but denied it every possible way. No range, no possibilities. Sledgehammer is there to just keep on keeping on, and it's not able to actually find much of a closure. Yes, Jasper is gone, but now with Toad and Toast are completely isolated. The healing beam is there. No, actually, a return to form and actually is able to stay alive is insane. As Toast brings the fire, that's another one down. It's all down to Jasper, and he's trying his damn best to stay alive, but the double medium lineup is just otherworldly good.
Just an insult to injury. Gingus able to win that final fight, and to a millisecond.
Holy.
It would have been a millisecond, a bar of health, whatever you want to call it. It was too narrow, and the setup would have gone in favor of Whimsy Max's. But with all this being considered, we're gonna have another ego chow here before we even tap the vault, because the rotation wasn't fast enough. Gingus still had to res a few of their players and then makes the jump over from to hospital. That's a long journey, and Whimsy were blessed with their spawns.
Absolutely so. Blessed with the spawns indeed, and now, well, they have to really, well, try to find that initial damage. Toad and Toast being tagged up, those would arguably be the main targets for the Whimsy Max's roster, as without any sort of heal, without any backup, well, Elapid will be very counterable and very quick to be ridden off as well. But the problem being is now the box is sort of locked in the hospital. Poor Gingus. They're kind of just sitting there as and just waiting for potentially the end to come, though the cross doesn't come without much of the sacrifices. Quite tagged up Benji is. Jump on in does happen, and it's the M11 that rings on out, but Jasper spotted instantaneously and has to fall back. Desync as well, taking a lot of damage. No mesh shield either here. It's the winch to try to make things right, but it's in fact not enough. Sledgehammer for one, could be for two as well, as the FK continues to keep on bringing in the heat. That's Benji gone. Desync, last man standing, as Jaspers did get the defib, but he needs to run, he needs to dip. No, sir, at all. He is gone. That's a wipe, and that's the opportunity to begin the cash out number 2.
Yeah, and it's a close run as well. B not too far away, hence why both teams fighting hard over at the hospital. They won't move over to clinic, and well, this is where spawns can get a bit more funny. You push a little bit too far forward trying to map manipulate, then you're going to end up making them spawn in hospital. At the same time, don't push too far ahead, don't push far enough forward. You don't make the delay you want to see. So a bit of a 50-50 in terms of that situation. However, doesn't matter. Guess who's already here? Whimsy Max's back in the building, back in the clinic, ready to take another dose of medicine.
Back in the fight indeed. They ready to rumble. They wanting to get the damage output consistent and keep this in the running for as long as possible. Though the sledgehammer once again, Elapid is just absolutely devastating. So is UglyToad as well. The double kill to be brought on out, and once again Whimsy Max's, whilst yeah, good, they managed to get amongst it. It wasn't enough though to get it all back into the overall swing of things, and the problem being from here on out is what can they do amidst it all, because so far it's been just a dropped opportunity after dropped opportunity, and it's been just a danger amidst so many gunfights without much of a return to form either. It is just pain on top of just even more problems. Now moving onwards, I'm wondering, is there even enough of the opportunity? Because by the looks of it, map number 1 is certainly very much looking to go the Gingus way.
It's not over till it's over, though I say that. Light dropped down, now the heavy gone. You were able to quickly bring one of them back, but Whimsy Maxes, they've got to pull something out the bag as the crowd in the background starts to scream. 7 seconds, clocks down, and that's game. Gingus will take map 1 at a strong 2-0 scoreline. Yikes.
Yikes indeed. Very quick conclusion to the whole entire run without any sort of, well, return from the Whimsy Max's roster, and the Gingus certainly showing that there is in fact quite a bit of a, you know, a bit of a difference, bit of a shakedown as well in comparison between the second seed and the third seed as well, because they were able to enforce so much of that damage, so much of the pain as well onto their opposition, that there wasn't really much of a way to really say, anything else apart from, oh well, we are gone, done and dusted for that map number 1. But map number 2 is still there. Whimsy Maxes are not out of this just yet, but certainly the doubts potentially starting to creep in. And I mean, looking at the overall scoreline, the whole entire lineup of Whimsy Maxes has been denied any sort of progress, and we're looking at Gingus roster, and even for Elapid, yeah, look, 4 kills, that's good, that's solid, that's steady, but it's, for the most of it, it's Toad plus Toast that has been just a devastating and a deadly duo to really do anything.
One thing I did notice is that Whimsy was very util heavy when they were going into these fights. They weren't necessarily prioritizing their weapons. They weren't focusing on just getting the damage output. It was, how could we utilize our util to better ourselves, which in some situations was phenomenal. Jasper, great example. We talked about those 2 missed opportunities with the nullifier, and we will rain and remind him about those 2 missed opportunities with the nullifier. But they were perfect. Target the heavy with the sledgehammer, bang. Now you've neuralized him. You then call for reinforcements to come in, and then you have 3 bodies looking at 1 person, and you're sitting there going, just take me. Take me and be done with it. But it's good use. Unfortunately, it became too heavy. That it became a reliance that when that util wasn't there, what was the strategy? What was your plan?
The plan deemed null, really. At the end of it, it seems. Well, hopefully
terrible.
Oh yeah, look, gotta throw in a few of them in there.
That's my job, just to let you know. The pun master will come out with more. Don't you worry.
Oh, I'll be looking forward to that one. Hyper. So look, gotta give at least some sort of competition here and there. Just, you know, gotta keep on rivaling the quality here, or rather, well, the lack of thereof.
We'll see. For sure. But we move into our next game, which could be, in theory, in Gingus, the last. But if you're Windy and you want to go for one more, you want to bring this to Nozomi, but we're going to Fengwai, ladies and gentlemen, for, I believe, the 3rd time today. Which is a rarity to have this many Fengwai Stadium matches.
Fengwai has been a pretty curious position to really find ourselves in. It's one of those maps that, so far, look, it brings, you know, to a certain degree, some form of a promise that, you know, you could get up to some rather interesting shenanigans, and boy, shenanigans we got in spades as well. Remembering CC as well from some of the earlier matches, being able to just dip and duck around, certainly showed us some pretty solid results. Now for Whimsy Maxes, they need to arguably try to showcase that and then some if they do want to stay in the running, considering this is still lower bracket. This is still absolute pain central and no more of the second chances. This one is do or die for them, and they need to lock in fullest and get active, and active they will.
Massive rotate from Gingus, and that's worked a treat, focusing primarily onto the objectives and not picking up the vault. I tell you what, pick it up too, and Jasper's the one running away to save his own life. Mwah. French kiss on map knowledge, but he's gonna have to dip. He just saw the zipline, positioned himself in front of him, and in doing so, Gingus gonna make that first plug.
First plug indeed. Nice and steady. Ends the race, it seems, as, well, Whimsy Maxes not really wasting too much time as they're trying to get some already pressure straight from the get-go to prevent Gingus from making any sort of setup. But by the time they do make it over as well through the rooftops, looks like Gingus will be very much happy and ready to rumble. Set up from down below, certainly there to just prevent, and yep, in comes the well, the play with dropping down the vault as well. The goo grenades certainly do prevent the sightlines, and that's a nasty bit of damage to, or rather nasty angle for the damage to come on through, as Desync will be just slightly tickled.
A little tickle won't hurt anybody as long as they're laughing at the end of Sledge coming out with 1, make that 2, double baby. Again, the nullifier landing so well, but so does the lock bolt. That's perfect.
Oh, man.
Swing him down as that will be all 3 done and dusted. And Gingus, again, we talked about the utility from Whimsley being really good. The timing from Gingus is incredible to see. Perfect lock bolts, perfect amount of goo. What more can you explain except for perfect?
Perfect in every shape and form. Managed to execute it just in the right way. Now, an attempt to get some more pressure onto Whimsy Maxes as Benji catches the shot of the repeater once again to the body, which will be, you know, just forcing him to pivot off his ways. But as of now, one more attempt at the first cash out to come on through. Benji is gone. Attempt to reclaim and maybe steal it away, but the dome shield is there. Hello. Time for you to leave. No, instead, it's actually going to be the Shaq 50 ringing on out. Desync is there to try to just steal it all out. Is there not enough time? In fact, there won't be. Quick and easy, quick, smart. That's all done.
That cash box just was, oh, sorry, I got somewhere else to go. His type of mentality. Brilliant winch, brilliant stall. I'm surprised, though, that UglyToad didn't get that kill. There is, of course, you know, hip fire accuracy that is nowhere near where it should be on the repeater. But to miss 3 shots in a row at hip fire like that, there's a term called being CSGO'd, there's a term called being COD'd. You just been the finaled.
Yeah, just been finaled indeed. the way how... Oh, man. Well, speaking of the finals and the finality of, rather, the gunfight itself, Elapid is unable to... Well, rather, sorry, able to find the frags. It's more so Whimsy Max is unable to find any closure in their own gunfights, unable to find much of a wipe, and equally feeling... well, rather, pulling the biggest... cosplay of IF roster so far in terms of how things are going for them in map number 2 here. One would hope that they would be able to find some sort of a return to form, but as of now, things are certainly looking rather dire, and, well, AKM in hands, Benji will hope to keep things in running for them, as Fengwai so far has been relatively, well, I say relatively, very much of an upset central, and not much of a, you know, response on how to deal with the Sledgehammer man.
It's a hard one.
It's a hard one.
Every time Gingus has been able to create scenarios that are indoors, at close quarters, that benefit the Sledge. So yeah, you've got to take advantage. But hey, Jasper says thank you very much. Why don't we get rid of one of the healers, and in doing so allows an opportunity for a steal, but it's a little too early. You've got to be mindful that you still have Toast and Elapid still around to cause a bit of damage. Now's the time to do it. Now you can get that steal without any trouble. Finally, something going in Winsley's favor. Already, 2 have been revived. Elapid still down, but not out.
Adele still down, but not out. Out into the street it goes, out into the open. And now this does force the gunfight to be conducted straight away. The FK once again rings out. Is it enough? Not enough of the damage, but the Toast is not out just yet. Able to stay alive. The H-Infuser coming on through to try to keep all the health in check. Desync needs and will need that in the future. The Lockbolt as well to come on through. Should be looking to shut things down to prevent, maybe potentially prevent the Sledgehammer from coming on through. But in goes Elapid for the swing. He is looking for it. And hello, welcome to the Town.
1 to go. Jasper has to stay alive. He's been in these situations before with the nullifier, but it won't be enough. The steal goes through. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 2-0, 2-0, and Gingus will advance to the grand finals.
The revenge tour for Gingus is fully now in play, knocked down into the lower bracket, and back up they go. They're not done with this yet. They are booking themselves the play against the placeholders one more time. One more time they need to verse against the MGL Gugan menace. That is Blue and Co. And this time, in a best of 5, it is looking to be an absolute endurance run here, just how it is for our voices as well, isn't it, Hyper?
Yeah, I think we're going to die by the end of this, but especially if we have to do a bracket reset, of course, going into the finals. We'll explain that in a few moments, but let's talk about this. Whimsy, where was it? Where was the attack? Where was that presence that we saw against IF? It's disappeared. It's nowhere to be seen. So a missing persons report has been submitted to the Australian police.
Yeah, well, certainly it looks like it got left behind with the matchup against IF by the looks of it, because, yeah, this one was certainly looking a whole lot more toothless in terms of the performance, unfortunately, for the Whimsy Maxes. They've tried their best. They've tried to run this as well as they could. And, well, at the end, that is all she wrote for it. So, well, now we get to cast our eyes towards the grand final as the post-mortem of the Whimsy Maxes is settling in. I mean, the crematorium part can be discussed later on, but in the meantime, we got to see a little bit more of Gingus. The question now lingers, I feel, Hyper, is they are kind of now warmed up. On the other hand, the placeholders got to watch their opposition play. There hasn't really been much of a change, per se, in terms of what's the approach or the strat. If anything, it's now back into that endurance race. And the main target, I would suppose, here for Gingus would be actually, funnily enough, I would argue, being CC, considering that was arguably the most survivable player out of all 3 out of placeholder.
Yeah, you definitely want to put a pressure onto CC, knowing that he's the more conventional player in this entire series. And again, going back to Fengwei, where these two faced up against each other, CC survived one of the craziest plays of all time. So yeah, I do see why that's a target, but I'd also want to target Blue if you are Gingus. You'd want to try and get rid of that grenade launcher that has time and time again been a pain. And we saw how damaging it was in Skyway, where the placeholders won in a convincing 2-0 fashion. So you want to get rid of that grenade launcher as well. However, Gingus, you are right in saying they're warm, they're pumped, they're gassed, that everything is in that flow state right now. Now, I know production are going to try and quickly get the games going so then that flow state can continue and prevail onwards. But they won Soul. So the question is, coming into the map pick and bans, what do you do to try and upset this entire flow state?
I'm not entirely sure what could, in fact, really upset here the flow state that Gingus managed to accumulate here, because, well, they've seemingly managed to actually solve a good chunk of their problems, at least when it came down to the range walk, really, and just getting, or rather cutting the distance between themselves and the opponents, being able to really utilize the environment as much as possible. The fact that, you know, we got to see the likes of, pardon me, give me just a moment, the likes of UglyToad and Toast actually playing in almost like a duo setup rather than, you know, constantly babying Elapid, certainly does, you know, bring a little bit more certainty for their performance. And now I guess the priority for Placeholder has shifted towards not just, you know, dodging Elapid's, you know, sledgehammer. We are looking at, you know, they now have to watch out for the double trouble, the Team Rocket of Gingus, that is being the double medium lineup that they've introduced, and it was a pretty successful one, mind you, as well. The fact that they are able to keep each other alive, the healing beam, I believe, that came out of, I want to say it was out of UglyToad, works just the absolute wonders. So on the side of Placeholder, the ultimate win condition is go for wipe. Do not let them just keep on stringing out the revives, heals, or anything else. Ultimate shutdown before any further move, and then go for the setup of your traps. Whereas on the side of Gingus, it is survivability. It is the ability to, it is needing to just cut that distance as much as possible. Enable Elapid to be the, I guess call it the bullet sponge, really, whilst the other two make the damage happen.
You've nailed it on the head. I actually have nothing to add, which is a rarity in this time. But so in that case, let's talk about these maps. And immediately, I told you off the rip, Gingus is going to ban Skyway. What's been banned there, Cthulhu?
Skyway.
Yeah. It's been banned. No surprise, again, a 2-0, sorry, a 2-0 situation against them meant it was gone. But Monaco has been put into play. Again, another map similar to Skyway. Placeholders wanting to take advantage of that MGL, wanting to make sure the grenade launcher is powerful. What a map to do it on.
Yeah, look, Monaco would be a heck of a map to really play off the back of, and Placeholder actually have a pretty solid opportunity here, I reckon, to just keep utilizing that range, that damage against Gingus. Though, mind you, again, I'm curious to see how, now I guess call it the, to a certain degree, revamped Gingus would be able to, you know, play their environment, play the dodge, really, the dodgeball until they actually reach the vault, until they reach the cash out, and then we'll get to swing it. So onwards from here. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if we will get to see either Bernal maybe even banned out, or maybe even something across the lines of a Vegas to be taken down, and for us to go maybe into Sis. Even I wouldn't be surprised, or at least, well, I would probably want to see that to happen, unless I'm talking absolutely out of my backside. But we'll get to see if my prediction skills are anywhere up to par. But honestly, Monaco is actually a really good setup, I reckon, for Placeholder here in every sense of statement here.
Yeah, I will back. I think Banal will get banned. I think Placeholders, if they're getting rid of Nozomi Citadel, that has some elements similar. Yeah, we were right in saying Banal, again, Placeholders don't want to do anything that involves distance. You want to eliminate anything that potentially means that heavy of blue is out in the open. Sis Horizon from the Gingus will be banned as well. Soul under construction, no surprise, it was the map they won on. You want to bring it back in play. Placeholders are fine to play with it because we did one of our cash outs in Soul. It makes sense to bring that back into play. Leaves us with a few options left. We still got Fortune, we've still got Feng Wai, we've got Las Vegas, and are we missing something here? I feel there's one more. And don't say Kyoto, because we all know that Kyoto is banned.
Oh, look, I mean, at this point, it would be criminal to not see Feng Wai, considering just how iconic it became throughout the whole run. But okay, right, Las Vegas Stadium is the one that's picked. Yeah, Placeholder very much understanding, and it's understandable why they bring that one over for the range. But I mean, look, we during even the cash out stage, we got to see Gingus actually have a relatively minimal amount of issue with, you know, trying to cut the distance. So maybe, to a very stretched sense of that, maybe they may be still all right with that, because considering that Bernal would arguably even worse. Yeah, there we go. There's Feng Wai. Yeah, look, I mean, without it, it would have been just not a grand final of the Division 2.
Well, it's all 9 maps are presented on screen, so all of them are being going forward. Fortune being the decider, I feel is a fair map to end this match on. A classic, you know, we talk about Sister Horizon being the classic esports map that really cemented itself amongst the entire scene, but Fortune is the secondary map. You go from a bit of a wider pace from Sis to that close quarter, chaotic ending. I feel this is quite a relatively balanced style of map. The only one I feel is kind of the biggest AO that doesn't make sense is Las Vegas being a placeholder pick. I honestly would have thought that would have been something like a Gingus pick, and then Fortune would have been the map 3. That's what I would have said, if going off the playstyles.
True. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, actually. Yeah, the Las Vegas does certainly fit a little bit more sort of the overall pace. But look, I mean, Monaco could be one of those cases where, for placeholder, I mean, I don't think we got to see Monaco at all throughout the whole of the playoffs at all. So maybe throwing in a bit more of a, a piece of uncertainty certainly could be one of the options. I mean, I know that that this kind of can be sometimes the choice in the play in some of the other games as well. So certainly, throwing a bit of a spanner in the works, throwing a bit of something new into the play could force Gingus to try to adapt on the go, considering that all the other maps have been already played. We know how the pacing goes. They know how the pacing goes. So it's more so about just perfecting now the craft. And well, Monaco being on the table, well, for placeholder, they would be looking at really just enforcing the initial pace and seeing how that goes. Whereas on the side of Gingus, they potentially might have to play catch up on all of this. So game 1 about to start, I believe, and look, this has been an electric set of playoffs so far, and okay, Blue, okay, I see where you at. I see you. Okay. KS23 with an HMM lineup with double AKMs. Alrighty, this is gonna be, we're getting a Korea special.
Are you sure? Because I think the Demon just changed to P90 in the background, but KS is a good shout, especially taking account this is building upon building upon building. You want to have an escape route. You're not running DMAT, you're running heal beam and shockwave. So having that ability to create holes and create your own rotations, that is going to be powerful to have. So that's good. That's an interesting lineup from the side of the placeholders. Let's see what the other side. It's a medium heavy, I believe, on the other side.
I believe that that was the case. Yeah, the HMM versus HMM. Yeah, that's the one to come on through.
Changes.
So even Steven. Yeah.
I mean, no changes from Gingus. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, definitely Repeater's depth could have come out to play. This is a map where you can play sightline. You can do a lot of damage with the Repeater. So I'm pretty confident we will see it again. FCAR as well. Sledge. No, it's a double FCAR for Gingus.
Yeah, double FCAR. I mean, I have absolutely no issues with the double FCAR. They have proven to us that double automatic weapon is certainly still works extremely well, and I think considering that they are looking to stick around with Elapid, FCAR would make a whole lot more sense in comparison to the Repeater, and maybe later down the line, maybe going into Vault number 2, we'll get to see some sort of a swap around. But in the meantime, Placeholder looking to make the appearance. P90 bringing on out with quite a bit of damage, actually. ShunnedToast having a bit of a, well, not a fun time, and KS23 gets to ring out. We got to see that make an appearance at the TGM, and look, it was a dangerous play, but the Gugan is there to reshape the play field. Blue juggling the aggro here down to absolute perfection, and I have to say this is just a quality, a prime time movement so far to come on out, and CC forced out of the position, but not before the trade. Elapid gone. It's all down to Toad and Toast, but at least the defib to come on through to try to shut things down. KS23 enough to kill, but it's a wipeout potentially here, as it's a 1 versus 2. Toast is nearly done, but no, Placeholder are out, and that's the first wave done and dusted. And Gingus keeping the overall pacing extremely well. That goo gun as well, or rather, well, the goo grenade as well, kind of threw a fair bit of a hefty spanner in the works towards the progress for Placeholder.
It was a nail biter. Gingus, it was a bit messy, but Placeholders, they were running on the back foot. They were, of course, playing catch-up, but they at least caught Gingus off guard. They had no time to set, no time to put any formal denies. However, I will say that in this site alone, this does not favor Placeholder. This is not a site you want to be playing on.
Not at all. I do have to, though, quickly commend Blue once again. The Gugan movement techniques that are coming on through are absolutely out of this world. Elapid, in the meantime, already catches the absolute L whilst he's trying to, well, come back on in. The attempt at the defib is there. Toast is tagged. And all of a sudden, the whole Placeholder lineup has just the address dialed in. Gingus forced to be just absolutely running around amok with all of this play to happen, and the no drop down either. The gas is there, and the claim has been staked by Placeholder.
A good claim. Of course, you saw the goo, and you're wondering why shoot the goo from below? It was covering a gas mine. That's why it went off at the very end. Unfortunately, just not in the right time. Still does come through. Now for the remaining fights of the Ego Chow that is left. And no surprise, yeah, I think this is going to be get yourself wiped, get yourself reset, and then re-attack. But Placeholders, honestly, the first attack, I would say, was extremely weak. Not what I expected from Placeholders, but now they've got everything back into flow state. They've got themselves on the point the way they should be, looking a lot better.
Yeah. Oh. I would hope, at least from Gingus, they'll be able to find a bit more of a return to form. Considering that, look, I have to give it to them. They still managed to really bring it all back pretty cool. Well, at the beginning at least, they were able to bring it back. Yeah, the second gunfight certainly didn't pan out too well. I still have to say that the fact that the KS-23 is working out as well as it did is absolutely commendable here for Blue. And I mean, I suppose the menace that is the MGL master himself, bringing in the slug shotgun. That, by the way, in real life, that thing will be kicking so hard without the buttstock that it is basically a wrist breaker.
I'd prefer not to break my wrist, but I feel that in this sense, in the way that these two teams have been moving, a few wrists have been broken nonetheless. Unfortunately, shotgun not landing because it's such a narrow spread. You can't use it to be like a conventional shotgun. It's goo heaven. Blue's trying to stay alive, and somehow he has escaped from hell. I don't get how this man has time and time again stayed alive in such dangerous situation. Toast left alive on Gingus will be able to bring appeal back into play, and a reset brings through. All this is happening, and we've still not started a cash out.
Yep. Blue out here playing, just staying alive, staying alive.
Staying alive.
Yeah, honestly, this was a absolute masterclass of movement from him, and honestly, the fact that he was able to stay alive for as long as he did, and then be able to allow his team to initiate yet another fight, is honestly chef's kiss in that end. And whilst Gingus still ultimately managed to claim it, it wasn't without the blood, sweat, and tears, really, for themselves. And now the second banking is going to be initiated. Now it's time for Placeholder to once again go for the reclamation. And funnily enough, I would even dare to say that, you know, if before I was saying, oh yes, Placeholders will be the one leading, it always feels like it's Gingus that are the ones to initiate, and then it's the retake, at this point, retake masters that are Placeholder looking to just keep on playing, and that is a play and a half.
That's a lot of damage, brother. This is brilliant mindset from Gingus. What they've now done is having to force Placeholders to use utility, and the goose landed all wrong. Oh, now they can't even jump across because you expose yourself for a good few seconds. Unfortunately, Gingus didn't take advantage of it. However, it makes life harder. If they can get a quick wipe here, getting back to that same position will use so much util, so much damage, and now we're crushing the second structure. It's going to be rubble heaven, which changes the landscape of how you fight this point even further. And with the P90 of Demon absolutely decimating on Gingus, you're gonna have to somehow get away. Oh, that didn't work.
That's a problem. Well, at least he's able to claim himself at least a frag, so Toad is now out of the equation. Demon is low on HP as well, and the revive actually does come on through as well, and is able to use the jump pad to nearly get the frag, but it's the assist that comes on through. Elapid is the last man standing to try to get things rolling, and oh man, that is a painful one. Demon gone. CC last player standing, and it's the only one alive amidst all of the chaos that was enforced here, and that is the second claim. That might just be map number 1, Monaco, to be claimed by Placeholder.
Yeah, done and dusted. No more time to revive, get yourself back in. Clock will elapse as they spawn. 2-0 Placeholders, but it was their map pick. So, am I surprised here? No. The only surprise is the KS being in place. And I know you're saying that in your view that it's being impactful, it's being a good weapon. I'm going to disagree. I don't think that was the weapon of choice. I feel it didn't have a lot of power in this match. Yes, you know, the stats are actually going to back me. 2.3k of combat damage. It's great for dealing a good assist platform, but I feel the MGL was the better weapon for this map. I feel there was a missed mistake they could have played with.
Yeah, but I would say, though, I would argue saying that, you know, amidst all of this, the MGL, we look at the gunfights that Placeholder did take, the MGL here would have been almost a hindrance rather than the actual benefit, I would say. Yeah, look, in a couple of these gunfights, yep, the grenade launches actually would have been absolutely huge to, you know, enforce some of the initial damage, you know, from the range. But it feels like a number of those plays were actually more so meant to, you know, borderline confuse or maybe bait Gingus into thinking, they're running close quarters, let's battle them in there. And then you look at half of those gunfights, and Gingus are sort of just being spread around. Even in this one, you take a snap picture, one is under the rubble, two backed away, and it's already such a huge split that you kind of staring at it is like, well, what can you do? And yeah, look, that drop down, that is a sign of desperation out of the Gingus's roster, where they just have to do something to at least keep themselves in a run. And look, yeah, something has been done, but it unfortunately is just not enough.
I think Gingus on that final cash out, like the strategy mindset of destroy the other half of the suspended structure, we have our own, you're going to waste that util, it's going to be great. Fantastic. But what they didn't factor in was the destruction of their own structure. And when that happened, it then creates the chaos that you were saying. They were all spread out under different parts of rubble, and trying to regroup when you're constantly being attacked is hard. And because Placeholders coordinated that, they landed on top of the rubble, they had the height, they could oversee everything that was going on. So I would say, yeah, I do agree that the fact that it was a bait weapon to bring them in, and then the KS did do a lot of damage, at the same time, strategy also played out to massively elevate Placeholders' footing in that fight.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a solid turnaround there, I have to say. For the Placeholders, now it's I'd say arguably the bigger test to come on through. Soul to be brought on in. Now it's in a 3v3 environment. You've mentioned before, we did get to see it at the during the cash out stage. Now the playfield is now set between just the two teams. And now I'm kind of wondering, how will the MGL fare against that the lineup that Gingus have been introducing? They are down one map point. They still not out of this yet. If they do lose out this very map and go into their opponent's pick, that's when the issues start ramping up. And I'm not entirely sure if it is going to be actually enough to keep the ball rolling, because look, it's been a rough in every possible way. It's been a rough turnaround with how they kept their momentum rolling. Gingus managing to at least, keep on just retrying, repushing, trying to just throw those non-stop spanners in the work, keeping up that pressure. It's a good sign of what at least their understanding of what needs to be done, and force Placeholder into making the mistakes. But I mean, even in this situation, the way how Blue keeps on running just the absolute just circles against his opponents, the fact that the barriers are there, the goos are there, his overall movement is just absolutely just out of his mind. It already shows and paints such a picture that you even if you do force that confusion state, how do you what do you go from there? Because yes, you've managed to confuse him, that's great. He's still a menace and a half just by himself, just keeping your eyes on him. And you still got another 2 mediums that are continuing to output the damage. I mean, Demonision has been absolutely solid with his plan. Even then, so that frag right there was already sort of demonstrating that, okay, well, let me get the defib. Okay, well, defib didn't happen. Okay, oh, look, piece of candy. So,
piece of candy.
Piece of candy, yeah. Let me grab another frag. But yeah, just moments like this paint a picture where really for Gingus, whilst they tried to keep up the pressure, I think it's more so now needs to be about what do you do? How do you approach this? Where do you apply any further pressure? Because without it, well, going one by one against the team that has been able to actually set up their overall trio coordination so well, you can't really afford going in like a 2vx or a 1vx. You need a full team-on-team fight, and Gingus have been time and time separated from each other in such a way that they just, can't really mount anything cohesive.
I think the way to stop this movement that we talk about from placeholders is essentially having those sightlines. And with this map, it was designed for sightline heaven. It was designed for preventing people from getting close. So I guess, okay, I think I'm talking out my ass on this bit, but now I've actually thought about it a bit more. They just need to actually not allow or stop running away without a full wipe. If they could get a full wipe and then do the setup, those movements that we see from the goo ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen at all. But every time we've seen them run, right? They run away, they create this they create a scenario. So take cash box 1. They had control, they had height, they were inside that suspended structure, but already hot on their heels, who was there? Placeholders. What did they do? They immediately applied the pressure and then created that distraction, which then allowed Blue to then do his goo magic. What happened the second time? Yes, they were thankfully able to destroy that structure, but immediately, what was the first thing that we saw? A bit of goo coming out that allowed for that util to be useful to get themselves across. Again, we're not going for the kills before that vault is being cashed into the cash box. That is got to be priority 1, because otherwise you allow placeholders to be hot on your heels again.
Exactly that. Yeah, they have allowed the placeholders to basically run off with some absolute bits, really, and being able to allow them to set up into going into the matchups, allowed to set up, allowed to get any sort of ground, and then from there. Placeholders were able to get their gunfights started. Well, let's see how the match number 2, or rather, match number 2 to go on through. Well, maybe not yet, as we'll hopefully get to. Hopefully we'll get back into the match, but yeah, unfortunately, tech problems on the tech problems will hopefully get this get this back up and running, but gives us a little bit more time to sort of yap away about what could be the possibility going into Seoul, because well, Monaco is already a done deal. We already mulled over what has been done, what they did, and now they need to talk about the future. But before that, we are gonna go on a short break whilst we get things hashed out. We'll give ourselves a little bit more of a break to sort of get some water and prepped for the continuation of the grand finals, and after that, more finals action for Division 2. Take it easy. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the continuation of the grand finals. OFL Division 2 grand finals. Hyper. We got to see Monaco. We got to see the absolute wipeouts. We got to see the retakes from the placeholders. Now going on to the map number 2, the pick of the Gingus roster, the close quarters galore that it's promising. Well, should be, basically greasing up the sledgehammer of Gingus's roster, and, we'll maybe see some more of the swinging. But how do you feel after what we got to see from Monaco? Is there actually a chance for redemption here for Gingus to run a redemption, or rather the revenge tour? Or do we feel like, say, something like a 3-1 scoreline at the end for placeholders?
Without hesitation, yes. There is a chance for redemption all the way. I don't think Gingus is a bad roster here. I think they have shown up and stepped up in ways that you can't believe. And we've seen them go head-to-head before. Like, you highlight back to the previous time they fought against each other. Skyway, Seoul, and Fangwei. Well, here's Seoul again, and guess who won it? It was Gingus. This is their map. This is what they know what to do. So, it makes sense to pick this map, to go at it again, to show the world that this is what you're capable of. And I realistically think that they have the capability of winning this.
Exactly so, yeah. Keen to see how will Gingus be able to respond after what was a pretty upsetting turnaround, I would say, for them. Going into map number 1, well, I would imagine they would have helped to at least put some sort of a dent onto the overall performance against the against Blue and the rest. But let's see how the second map will go through. We already got to see the tease of MGL once again out of Blue. The man has been an absolute menace, to say the least. And yeah, in fact, it is, yeah, the MGL plus Gugan. Honestly, it's been an absolute treat watching how Blue plays and the overall movement from him. Demolition and CC as well equally have been just putting in the bits. But I mean, as a heavy main myself, it's always a treat to see just some absolute ankle breakage to be conducted by the man.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure and a treat. Talking of a pleasure and treat, I don't know if Callum's still in chat. I rarely look at chat. But Callum said that apparently on Polymarket, it suggests a 75% chance of placeholders winning. Right now, I think we should have taken those odds. Because from the way that this whole series has been going, it has been nothing but placeholders. And yet that stat still continues, as already Toad is the first one to get dropped to the floor. Elapid also now fighting his way down. I was going to say low, but then just as I speak, he drops. Only one left alive. It's Toast to try and keep the whole game in flow.
At least Demon did get picked back on up, but in the meantime, the steal did in fact happen. Placeholder were able to grab the Volt in their favor. Elapid couldn't really get to swing much of his hammer here either, and well, all of that is done and dusted. First wave cleared out. Potentially 2 more, if not 1 more, to be done, and well, the Goose is quickly getting cleared on out. But otherwise, yeah, Placeholder managed to really reclaim things pretty quickly. Once again, it's all about the separation and, well, divide and conquer, as they say.
Yeah, destroy the bridge, take away one of those rotation paths, and force them out in the open. Of course, we know that there was a update to Seoul to add this lovely little balcony to make it easier to cross, they said. Nope, I'm still seeing Gingus down to half health. We've already seen Toad drop to the floor.
Jeez.
Toast is gone. Elapid left alive, and of no surprise. And Bark, we love you, but this is a type of section of the map you just can't fix. It is what it is.
It is what it is indeed, yeah. Look, unless it's a full-on remake of the whole map, maybe then there can be something done, but yeah, no. Otherwise, that is GG on that specific section. But otherwise, at least the Gingus were able to make it past the overall open area, the reception section. Now up the stairs they go, the sledgehammer ready to go, as well as that the rappel is also set up to go in for the push, but I believe that might just be not stealable at all, as now that has been ensured. The wipeout may still happen as the hammer keeps on swinging. CC is the last player standing. The first score to go in the hands of Placeholder.
CC recognizes death and decided not to do anything. Brilliant work, though, from Placeholders. I'm not even going to analyze that too deeply, because let's be real, you're playing Hospital, you've got that initial crossing, which is the biggest problem in itself, and unfortunately, Gingus fell trapped to it. They couldn't get past. Placeholders had the map position and control. What more do I need to say? It's Hospital on Soul. End of discussion.
Yeah, Hospital on Soul, well, turning pharmacists into harmacists, it seems. And in that very case, well, a dive to come on through from Placeholder, looking to, well, kick things off right away, though CC unfortunately a little bit stiff on the sticks, unable to really find much of the finishing damage, but nonetheless already a lot of damage to come on through. Blue low on HP, but not out just yet. The MGL gets the opportunity to ring on out from the high ground as well, but no yet finishes. CC low on HP, now finally out, but so are Gingus players low in HP. No, Toad is able to finish it all out. It's all down to Demon, and he needs to get out of sight as quickly as possible.
Good move. Get rid of the cash box and put the vault far away as possible. You do not want to be anywhere near the site.
That log bolt is crazy, though. I just now realized that it was the log bolt that was keeping Demon all hung up there. It's like, oh, well, this is my life now.
This is going to be my new personality, Tarzan.
I don't think it was even
Be
Tarzan,
a whole
it's just a punching bag.
Oh, that as well. There's going to be Pinata, the production is saying. That's also another one.
Yeah, that's
There's
true.
About
That's
million different ways of swinging. Anyways, Vantage Gingus. They have Crane, but they have Sightline. But it is so easy to bring that cash box into cover, which will force this Crane to become useless. That and also just blowing up the Crane as well is also another way. Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, yeah. That's the Crane gone. Without much of the opportunity. Gingus previously did manage to make perfect use of that position, but no more. That one is gone and out and dusted. Well, Gasman rather. Sparks, rather the lack of opportunity for any sort of advancement, and well, the F-car rings on out. Unfortunately, not enough. The AKM is the one that prevails. And for now, Gingus, one player less, not the most ideal position to really find themselves in this whole setup. Another gas mine being popped to just ensure the denial and reclamation by the looks of it, as Placeholder kind of just stuck between a rock and a hard place, despite the fact that they are, well, just before, yeah, they had the player advantage, but not anymore. Demon out of the equation. 2 versus 2, now revived. Surely that is the time for the reclamation.
Great sledge stall. That's going to really slow things down, especially with 30 seconds left on the clock. Pressure starts to mount up. Elapid still down on the floor. Eventually gets revived back up, and very quickly we say goodbye to Blue. That's not going to help with your placeholders, because you need the bend, you need the power, you need all the utils to get yourself up. 1v1 though. Toad versus CC. We know these situations before. CC's come out on top. It's a battle of whips. Toad takes it. That was a little bit questionable, but Gingus will say thank you very much. Holy cow.
Holy moly. Okay. Right, we're getting the full movement of both of the rosters now, duking it out. On one end, Placeholder obviously wanting to keep up their own momentum and trying to, well, solidify themselves the match and the series point. Whereas on the other hand, Gingus clawing their way back on up, and it's just a pain galore. Nearly a kill onto Elapid as well. Does finally find the finisher as well and find his demise up next. Well, it's the remainder of the roster of Gingus. Elapid back up with half the HP, and now the gas is just absolutely going haywire here as we try to find more frags, more swings to come on through. The MGL readying up for the push, but Gingus managed to rendezvous all together. It is an attempt to get back into just a cooperative gunfight here, but as of now, it is chaos in full incarnate itself. And now even the blockers, such a great goo as well to come on through to just prevent any sort of winching.
Beautiful. You saw it coming from a mile off there. The lockbolt landed, you see yourself in danger, what do? Throw the goo, and it just prevents everything from unfolding. But the buddy system has been working so well for Gingus, it's been giving him a mass amount of damage. However, it makes him an easy target, because as soon as the MGL starts to rain down, the damage is unstoppable. Another victory for placeholders. They get to choose the last cash box, which wasn't the case last time round. At this point, Gingus had controlled the entire game. They decided they didn't want to go towards the center and construction, and they went a different angle. So this is huge to see placeholders in control.
Exactly that, yeah. For placeholders, this is a big opportunity to really turn things around. Potentially the final box. I will be able to conclude it all. Question being is how Gingus are looking to really recover from this one, because if they lose out here, going into the next one is going to be a painful prospect to work with. Moving onwards. Already early damage on the approach. It certainly seems like all of the strats that they managed to develop against the Whimsy Maxes do not work here at all. I say that Blue caught with his pants down, completely annihilated here. Now it's all down to CC. All of a sudden, all the players are gone. Now he needs to employ all of his best movement techniques to get things underway, as he needs to get out as rapidly as possible. Hello, the Winch Claw is there as well. See you later. Have a nice caved-in skull.
Brilliant push from Gingus. Slow and methodical, able to catch Blue out off guard, and then the two mediums that are supposed to support him didn't drop down fast enough. There was no help. So it begs the question, what was the strat and plan there? And now with the worst place to attack, that is hard. Unless you blow a wall up by the side of the officers, then there's an opportunity to hide it inside and then do the attack from there.
That jump pad prepped for the dive and ready to rumble as the vault got dropped down all the way down to the very bottom, and tries and in hopes and prayers that they would be able to talk away, and they in fact might have listened to you on this one, Hyper. Gingus able to really set themselves up for a bit of a recovery here, as CC needs to employ all the best possible ways to get the steal done and dusted and keeping himself alive. Another swing, another push. Elapid is there, but round is over. Was there enough time?
No.
It wasn't. It wasn't. They managed to really keep themselves in the running. Gingus managed to steal it all.
The hesitations, there was actually, it looked like the communication between Blue and the mediums was, hey, I need one of you on here. I can goose, or I can do this. But he'd already started the steal. He came off it and then got the medium to do it. He should have just stuck by it. He knew he had Demon who could heal you up. Why did we need to switch to Demon to be on point? I don't know that ending. That ending did not feel right. But once again, Gingus showing they are the kings of Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. They did have a bit of a rough start for round number 1, but then round 2 and 3 certainly worked just the right way. And have to say, yeah, well, look, we were mentioning as well, you know, having to force Placeholder to be a little bit more flustered, and I feel like the last 2 gunfights did exactly that. just forcing the opposition to be just flustered, a little bit uncertain, and confused about what needs to really be done. And that, yeah, you've really hit the nail there as well, Hyper, on the final attempt to just, it felt disorganized. It felt just, it was lost all over Red Rover as well. So map number 3 now going into this with a 1-1 scoreline. Honestly, Gingus have actually set themselves up pretty well. I'm wondering though, how will the map number 3 really go for them? Because look, whilst Placeholder got flustered, this small break should allow them to, you know, get back into the overall mentality, into the overall swing of things, and, you know, maybe just rediscuss as to, okay, what needs to really happen. Because if they still let this run away as much as they did, that, yeah, they're not here, they're not for long in this game.
Yeah, they need to pull the reins back in if your placeholders, get things back under control. But I feel this is very map dependent. Of course, we're going into Vegas as your next one. The more I've sat down, the more I'm kind of like thinking about why placeholders chose it. There is a logical sense there. You create the hole, so say you're in a defensive position, you create the hole, there are so many areas you could just find a little hiding spot, and then again, the MGL starts to come alive. I feel a lot of these strats are based around what the MGL can do and what Blue can do. However, we also know that Dimension, Demon, and CC can play on their own. But it just feels like they're looking for creating pockets, creating holes, and then kind of creating a mortar effect to work on this map.
I think the main problem here as well is that whilst yeah, they setting up you know, for the I guess we'll call it the solo play, the problem being is that solo play didn't particularly really pay much of a dividend against Gingus, who really actually managed to keep themselves pretty well formed, and they managed to keep just the overall coordination in a really steady way. Whereas Placeholder, yeah, look, it's good that they managed to play in a, you know, in a coordinated manner. The problem being is the moment they separate, that's what, you know, Elapid and co really want to see. They want that, you know, division, and so they could conquer as well. And it works so far perfectly well. Demonition is actually looking to go in for the opening frag as well. Toast does fall, but at least it's a 1-for-1 trade to come on through. Question being, from here onwards, is there enough of a response back? Toad is back on up. MGL brings on out. That's one more gone out. Elapid now tagged, but they're forced to really fall back and just try to recover, try not to really let this sort of slip away.
Pressure and presence all going in Placeholder's hands. However, you've got to be continuing this and getting the kills off the top of it, which at the moment is going back into favor of Gingus. They'll say thank you very much. The Mortifier is going to be doing a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to get the kills. Demon, the one left alive, stays alive for a brief amount of time. You got a heavy and a very, very low medium. There's a possibility here that this could still go in favor. Toast left alive. And down to a 1v1 left in a bit. So the reload, their P90 just can't shred enough. And for one moment you sit there and you think, oh no, placeholders are out. But hope is a strong force.
Yeah, hope is a hell of a thing. At the very least, this gives Gingus a bit more of a time to at least get the vault started on the claim and get the early setup. So up next, what is awaiting for them is the team fight before any movement towards the Cashout begins. And it's the F card that rings out the beginning of that gunfight. Meantime, on Gingus' side, they are setting up from up above. They wanting to keep up this sort of, I guess, close quarters up the top position. But now as they rappel down, that provides the open opportunity for the MGL to ring on out. And we can certainly do see Toast just being held alive courtesy of that healing beam. But the grenades at the end do manage to find some finality to the life. of one of the Gingus players. Toad is low on HP as well. Elapid down to just 2/3 of his, and that's not for long as well. The P90 burns him down. It's all down to Toad. And now they still might just come on through without much of a, well, return on the form. Defib is there. Steel is certainly looking to come on through, and it's an absolute shutdown. The Elapid doesn't get to stick around for too long. The double help as well, plus the barrier to keep things rolling. And I believe, yeah, the Steel did in fact fully come to fruition. It's all down to Toast now to try to bring it all back. Question being is, does he decide to actually go for a wipe, or does he decide to try to get the revives? And by the looks of it, yeah, no, attempt to get the damage in, but not enough.
Yeah, mainly to draw all the attention against them, make sure they go for the kill instead of stalling for time, because we haven't seen a lot of stalling, like troll stalling. I don't know if you've ever seen that being done, where a whole team is down to 1 and then the last player essentially goes for the wipe on himself. We haven't seen any of that. Instead, it's just been apply the pressure, go for the kill, and if you get a kill, bonus, then continue from there. Right now, Gingus has one more chance. About 35 seconds, probably down to 30 now, left on the clock to try and get a point into their favor. Winch it to the side, pull it in. We've seen this strat before numerous of times, but Shockwave, so good for stalling.
Oh boy.
Not going to be enough of Gingus to get the steal to come through.
Yeah, Gingus shot down in every possible way. The revive at least is starting to come on through. Toad will try to put a bit more of a dent into the performance, but the steal has been completely prevented and shut down. Placeholder able to stay alive in their run and able to score the first one. One more vault before we move into map number 4, and this time, if they do manage to keep themselves afloat, that will be now the match and series point as well as the grand final point now in the hands of Placeholder, but it's all up to Gingus to also equally put themselves up on the board here. It's all a matter of just 2 more vaults to set up an even bigger amount of pressure.
Reminder to all, this is a best of 5 bracket reset. Placeholders, who are the upper bracket winners, will have the upper hand. If they win, they win. But if Gingus wins the entire series, well, they've got to run it back and do all again. So it's important they win here for both sides. Well, state the obvious, but to get a reset, Gingus needs it more. Blue got taken down quite early on, which is making life just that bit harder once again. Vault Cashbox has been started, so that's a little bit of an upper hand. Coin will have to use for Blue just to get them back in the fight, but it's a lot of 1v1 situations, but Toast gets a little bit of reinforcement, an unfair fight, and let's be honest, I think they might have a beef in the chats afterwards as the steal starts to go through.
Exactly that. Still bring it on in. An attempt is actually being made. Oh, the MGL. Almost the perfect timing, as unfortunately Blue is down low, has to employ some mad tacky skills, but even then, Lockbolt is there. Gingus able to put yet another bit of damage. That's the first wave done and dusted. And Placeholder forced to, well, wait for the yet another respawn. The coin did not pay as many dividends as one would have hoped to see, and, well, in reality, despite the fact that Placeholder have so many more frags in comparison to Gingus overall, it's the overall survivability that so far betrays them in every possible way.
Minute to go before we go and push this to the 3rd cash out. You need a wipe if you're Placeholders. That or one incredible goo shield that's going to protect you all the way. A fake steal starts to push people around. Going to force quite a lot of movement for Gingus, and that's surprising for such a short second sound. Nonetheless, exposes their position, and Placeholders know that they don't need to push this, they need to go above, but they are going to go for the drop. Gingus goes for the drops in. Upper lane will drop first, but CC's also dropped as well. Time is not on the Placeholder side. We're going the distance on this map.
fact, they do, yeah. Now the score into the favor of Gingus now evens out the playfield. One more for the run, and well, the P90 from Demon does not fully pay the dividends. It's all down to Blue. Elapid versus Blue, heavy on heavy violence to be enforced here, but by the looks of it, both teams decide to actually opt into just getting the revives, getting back up and running, and no mesh shield, so it's a winch versus goo to come on through, and now, oh, hello, time to dip, time to run, and the barriers are going to be absolutely valuable here to just deter the Sledgehammer player from getting any sort of action as, oh, it's the chase. They want this. They want blood here.
Big ego chow, which a fist against a sledge. Oh, that's not something you want to be seeing on the feed. Nonetheless, Placeholders will win this. No Tapper Vault, no presence on the map. Just a finish up fight from the previous Cashout. This scoreboard, that's 7 kills for Blue and CC against Gingus, which I didn't see any of them above 5, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true, yeah. Gingus certainly struggling when it comes down to some of those gunfights, but it's not to deter as well to say that they have been bad. They managed to keep up the pressure really, really well, and oh, Toast so close to being able to find the finisher onto CC, but just not enough, being able to dip out of the problems as well. MGL rings on out. The double setup for the explosives is there. The lock bolt, unfortunately, unable to really bring much of anything really, as Elapid gets absolutely wiped out. The totem at least is back, and the revive does come on through, so it's Toad plus Toast. The double T lineup introducing themselves, but still very low on HP. The heals are great and all, but the damage output is not enough. The Placeholder are looking for blood. They want the revenge on this, as they, oh man, they frag. Well, sorry, not the attempts. The frags do come on through, and it's the MGL plus CC as well with the AKM that do find the finality in that gunfight.
It's not a day for Gingus. Not this map, not at all. They want to turn this around, but you have to remember this is also Placeholder's choice. They picked this map, so they know something that probably Gingus are not aware of. And in doing so, let hell rain from above as Toad gets caught off guard. They are able to get the totem, so there is a possibility to bring him back to life. Are you willing to risk it all, though, as the drop down from nearly all the Placeholders? Still, the heavier Blue staying above is going to play aerial mortar fire. And Gingus are being obliterated. There was no way they were crossing.
Absolutely not. Shut down in every possible aspect of it. Placeholder barely looked like they were sweating on this one. They had the setup and everything ready to go, and the sheer amount of damage output that came out from Demolition Demonition and CC as well basically spoke the full story really as to what happened further on. Now already spot on the rotation, spot on the push. It's a beautiful time right now for Placeholder to just set themselves up. The MGL is about to also get quite a bit of a workout, but a little bit too little too late, as now the full offense is already in the building. They're ready to go, and oh, actually this is big. Elapid now disconnected from the rest of the team. Now it's the mediums there. CC gets the better of Elapid. All down to Toast and Toad to do much, but they are doing the work of their own.
Blue's been dropped, and that will open things up. You don't have a grenade launcher that's constantly in your face. A 1v1. Well, take that back. A revive comes in. It's a battle of a revive. Great kill. Finds the second as well. And that will be map. Who needed it? Who needed your teammate? That revive was for nothing.
Oh, man. Yeah, the absolute race for the revives. Look, I mean, that was ultimately the plan B. Sort of, if one falls, the other one can do it, but ooh, I need to get a moment just to catch my breath, because that one was an absolute adrenaline-fueled map number 3. That puts us at a very curious position. On one end, Placeholder have the match point, series point, grand final point. They win out map number 4. That's it. GG. playoffs finished, and we crown our Div 2 winners. If Gingus are able to win this next map after the fourth one, so map number 5, then they're able to force a bracket reset, which is already in its own entirety is a massive tall order as well. Let's be, as real as we can be. Whilst they are a phenomenal team, they have shown us a great amount of gunfight capabilities. It is also, we have been going for now, how long now? 4, if not, probably by the time we get close to map number 5, 5 hours. 5 hours of almost back-to-back games for Gingus. You have to start questioning, at which point the question of endurance starts coming into the play. Because even now, we're looking at the contrast in terms of the combat score. By, at the very least, 2,000 points at least is the difference, if not more than 6,000 when you look at, Elapid and Toad. Toast was able to at least go, almost hit for hit with the likes of Demonision. But then you look at Blue, you look at CC, 10 to 14 frags each. And it shows a very stark, difference in terms of what the, how valuable, even off lobby getting that early spot for the grand finals is. The fact that you're able to rest, you're able to recalculate, reassess what you need to do, maybe get a little bit of, light training, and then get back into the overall play. Because for Gingus, we're starting seeing the signs of exhaustion, I would say.
Cthulhu, I'm going to give even worse news for the side of Gingus. Looking back, previously when they faced up against each other head-to-head, Feng Wai was one of the maps. It was map 3, it was that decider, and guess what? That was Placeholder's map, where they got themselves to this grand final in that upper bracket position. And if I remember my head rightly, because I didn't write down the score, and I'm pissed at myself for not writing it down, I believe that was a 2-1 battle. It went the distance. So, just to add a bit more of negativity to Gingus, the possibility of fatigue, the possibility of knowing that they lost this map before, but the only positivity here, they picked Feng Wai. They are aware what they're walking into, so maybe that redemption arc is still possible.
Oh, look, in the defense as well of Gingus, their Feng Wai was actually not too shabby. Looking at, the past matches against some of the other opponents as well, it wasn't the worst. So there's definitely, there's definitely hope for them that they would be able to really bring it back. But Feng Wai, they need to really lock in. And when I say lock in, it is, lock in, because each and every mistake will add up even more pressure on them. And I keep on saying, things are not looking particularly too great for Gingus. I have to also emphasize that despite all the shortcomings, they are a scary team to play against. It's the fact that, you're looking at Elapid, the guy is barreling towards you. Better yet, he has a winch on you. At this point, you give up. That's it. You best prepare yourself for the spectator screen. If you're a medium or a light. As a heavy, yeah, maybe you will be able to, you will have enough of the support to come on through. But as anything that isn't on heavy, yeah, good luck. Enjoy the spectator screen. Same goes for the remainder of Gingus. They still have the potential to really frag out. It's the fact that their momentum, or rather their pacing management, has been so far, at best, wonky. And that's what ends up putting quite a lot of pressure on them, where it's just in some gunfights they're able to take the win nice and steadily, and they're able to sort themselves out with a nice wipe. And then on the next rotation, well, I guess we're just gonna die.
Yeah. Looks like Shunned
no.
isn't able to play. We're gonna have to grab a sub. Oh dear. So,
oh no.
Looks to be some connection issues. Production, shall we hop on to a short break? In the meantime, while we try and get that sub into play, a midway change is not what you want. But when we come back, hopefully we'll find out who it is and how well this team molds. Back in a moment.
Alrighty, we are back for what could be potentially the final map of the OFL Division 2 finals here, or rather grand finals. In this regard, Placeholder versus Gingus, Cthulhu and Hyperactive on the microphone for those who are new on the broadcast. So far, we've had a pretty solid back and forth battle between Gingus and Placeholders. The problem being is now we have another, well, I guess slip up for Gingus. We had to sub out Shunned in for another sub, and well, if things weren't racking up already as a problems for them, that one will definitely hurt even more.
Yeah. Any sub that steps into the play is going to shake things up. You've got to come up with new strategies, new plans, how you're going to attack, how you're going to mold with somebody. Yeah, it's annoying. But it is Desync, so it's a good player to bring on board. But again, it all comes down to that molding, that communication, that how you work with one another. I think is probably the most critical out of all stages, no matter how good they are.
Yeah, no matter how good they are, no matter how good the overall playstyle, yeah, just bringing a sub, breaking up that chemistry is certainly not the most ideal scenario. But look, it is what it is. The Gingus will have to roll with the punches as much as possible. And well, in the short, brief time that they got to really speak to their sub, they now get to really go and, well, go gun-ho potentially as well here for the matchup. Number 4, I believe. We are going in Feng Wei. Once again, the pick that came through in favor of Gingus, despite the fact that the previous statistics spell doom for them. Now, question being, how will this all fare? HMM versus HML, as well as Desync opted for a light pick instead of the medium as it went so far, and the question being is whether that will be enough of a choice to bring in the damage to rack it all in, or find some sort of a disruption play.
Light on Fengwei, brilliant. Especially if they're carrying Gateway, bang, you've got yourself a brilliant situation. So we will see how that unfolds. Of course, the biggest news for those who have just joined, sub in play. This should be interesting.
Interesting indeed, yeah, already nabbing a few more of the gas canisters too. Maybe try to get them in, but the momentum, the movement, god damn. Demonision already going in, not really wasting too much time, wanting to get amongst it as rapidly as possible. For all the right reasons, considering that it's all the first, well, Volt getting started around the temple, and we're looking to get some, at least maybe the exit frags as the MGL is ready and set up.
Looking to go towards the office. A good place for defense, multiple areas that you can stall as you drop down from different floors, so makes a lot of sense. And also, being the closest site as well is a factor in any picking of sites. But they didn't clear out CC as he slowly, well, I say slowly, very quickly pounces on the rear end. You're heavy with a sledge, been taken away, and now you have to go for that revive. And now you've been caught off guard as well. Demon spots them out into the open, and this is going to force a collapse as the majority of placeholders will go and make their way and hunt for UglyToad.
UglyToad, Desync as well will need to stay alive for as much as possible. The coin does, I believe, also come on through as the repeater is there. Toad trying to keep things nice and steady, and in fact he will be. Blue is out of the equation, but not for long. Toad couldn't really stick around for too long, and well, the steal might just come on through, and I believe it will in fact. Yeah, Elapid is the last man standing here, to just needing to wait up until the full revive does come on and get realized. Desync now back into the play. Believe there's maybe enough space for one, maximum 2 more, but certainly doesn't look too promising. And certainly with them taking their time to get the revives, maybe it's enough time for just one more push So this one will need to be made. Well, this one they will need to count for it, really.
Great
that's a problem.
winch to open things up, and that will allow Gingus to get the early pick. Demon drop down, but CC also taking a huge amount of damage. Well, that's because there's a sledge flying in that direction. All you have to do here is stall, because it's 20 seconds before any form of coins can come through. Lock bolt, perfect. Quickly get rid of it, dive away, but it won't happen. Gingus will claim first cash out, and I was about to give a stat that now becomes irrelevant. This is the first time that in this series, Gingus have won the first cash out.
There we go. Question as well about the overall consistency or endurance so far. Also seemingly deemed nil, considering that they managed to keep up a pretty solid pacing despite the earlier wipe. The second one, really, they managed to put quite a fair bit of a dent. Now that the box has been started, now question being is where are they going to go? The setup is certainly almost there. The B part, or rather the B cash out could be a relatively alright idea, though we did get to see, well, either one of the sites actually available in full to be played, but B1 should be the closest one to make the play off the back of, and actually would be arguably the most beneficial for Gingus in comparison to the other one for some more close quarters combat. Now on the approach, MGL should be there to deal quite enough of the damage to at least slow things down, and certainly it will be quite a fair bit of a tag to beat procured. Blue took a little bit of damage for all the troubles, but as of now, the AKM unfortunately not enough to actually get the play, the jump on in, the dive with the jump pad as well to come on through. Blue, low in HP, halfway actually through to the grave, and certainly not the brightest situation as the MGL is actually forced out, or rather forcing out the pink team from making any of the advancement, but finally they cross on over.
The brilliant amount of stall time that Blue created could get that steal to come through, all because Placeholder started with height, so that's going to help.
Boy.
But that winch, beautifully done, opens the door, and now if you're Gingus, you can come back into this fight with a lot more force. Blue, the last one left alive, the stalls he has is not going to be as strong. Able to pick off one, is there a chance for a second? No. He's playing for his life. He's just playing for time. He knows 9 seconds is left. What is going on with Repeater and CQB? That's the second time in this entire playoffs that we've seen the Repeater fail to hit its shots.
Oh, look, I mean, when you play against Blue, that man has some movement of just the most sneakiest man ever, and just being able to run away. I mean, you saw majority of the time, I think there was like at best 2 opportunities for that Repeater to hit, and both of them were missed out. All the other times, it was some sort of an object that was preventing the push from happening, and now in comes the dive, not really wasting too much time. In they go, the B90 rings on out, already low HP for Elapid, and Toad is gone. Desync trying his very best to stay alive, but dives on out. Now it's all down to Elapid to get the prevention here, as it doesn't look like nothing's coming through. Yes, there is, and in comes the drop down. The glitch grenade is there, the reclamation is coming on through. Demonition needs to stay alive. It was not enough. No, this might actually be it. Is there still coming through? Was it enough? No, Gingus able to steal away one more map. We in for map number 5.
We're going the distance, baby. All that weight, and we're going to Fortune. Who would have thought a tit-for-tat style of game? Only fractions of a second, a millisecond, whatever it was. And we would have seen this game over with Placeholders crowning themselves champions. But we're in a situation now where Fortune will decide if we crown a champion or we run it back from the beginning.
Exactly that. A much more of a, I guess for the lack of a better word, a bit more of a flaccid turnaround here from the Placeholders, really, in comparison to what we got to see in map number 3. This time, Elapid and Co. able to really shut down any sort of momentum, any kind of reclamation. And whilst, yes, the early grabs from Placeholder was great, but anything past that, Gingus were able to really just keep on shutting things down and down and down. Map number 5 couldn't come any sooner because fresh and hot off the back of just so much action, Gingus can feel this. They feel that so far Placeholder's pacing is starting to falter. And they need to make this work in the best way, in the best intention possible, because otherwise, with bracket reset, I'm not gonna lie, if the bracket reset happens, Placeholder are not for long in this bracket.
Yeah. This is going to be quite interesting to see how it will flow. On your screen, you can see Fortune Stadium is where we are going. I feel a fitting end to what could be the continuation or the where we crown a champion. And I wish I was, you know, as fortunate as Rio, and he would give us great fortunes to tell us all, but he's not here to do it. Do you have a fortune cookie on hand, Cthulhu?
No, unfortunately not. The last fortune cookie was already consumed and all used up for my own very gains here.
We're not going to discuss what gains, but we'll let chat decide what gains.
Yeah, we'll keep it ambiguous. We'll keep it very much ambiguous here.
Moving on. On to the final map, the do or die on both cases, where we extend it to the greatest endurance game of all time, or we call it quits and we get it done and dusted here. Placeholders so desperately will want a win, but if we're going off the way things have flown from the previous games, it could go tit for tat. 0-2. 2-0 go in favors of Placeholders. Then it was a 2-1 for Gingus. Then it was a 2-1 for Placeholders. And then a 2-0 for Gingus. What is it? What? You can't even read into that and say who's going to win off the next one, right?
No, never. Each and every map is presenting a great deal of just surprise, really, in terms of who will be the one to dictate the pace and which way the whole push will swing. Oh no, Blue is actually caught with his pants down and separated from the rest of the team. The lockbolt is there to also slow him down and hold him down. Perfect play here, perfect pincer play to come on through. Elapid once again trying to just dodge away Demonision, too late to the party and shut down by Desync. The super sub, the man who we thought would be the one to herald the downfall of Gingus, funnily enough, is the one to actually bring all the prosperity, as right now Placeholder are stuck in the absolute gutters of the run. As well, one can be claimed but not the other one. The boundless Placeholder are gone. Out they go back onto the spectator screen.
Unfortunate place and time again. Gingus really good at isolating Blue and making sure he is separated from his heals, from his mediums, from whoever is there to protect him. And they've done that time and time again. They just need to keep that pressure going, and hell, I genuinely think we could have a bracket reset on our hands here.
Oh yeah, the bracket reset is very much of an option, which I would imagine Placeholder was very much would be staring at this and doing the best cosplay of Punisher reaction. Oh no, wait. Going absolutely, well, hoping and praying that the bracket reset does not in fact actually happen, but it's certainly the despair of that does seem to be creeping on in. Desync and Elapid are still alive. Desync is gone, Elapid is gone as well, nearly gone as well, still alive. No, the sledgehammer does finally swing its last swing, please, for this round, and the retake does happen as Placeholder. Ever since I believe actually the conclusion of map number 1, finally able to get themselves, oh sorry, what am I saying? Map number 3, able to finally get themselves back into the swing of things and claim the first vault, the first cash out. Now, onto the next one. One more vault is all they need in this map. And that's it, they win. They claim the first place, they claim the victory, they prevent the bracket reset. That is it. That's all that they need. And
you make it sound too easy. You make it sound like it's gonna be one map. It's nothing.
It basically is, or at least in this context, Hyper. This is it's not even down to just one more map. That's it. They've shrunk that objective, that win condition now, to just one more vault.
Yeah. Still, it's not gonna be that easy. Gingus are gonna push hard. They're gonna make sure that it's not gonna be possible. But I love this positioning. Make it difficult. C is the easier target to defend. It's easier to fight with. A is a nightmare. It's slightly indoors. Beautiful throw. And you have to then manipulate it, move it to get it where you want it. And right now, Placeholders do not have that util on hand. But I tell you what, Toad's been the first one to drop. Doesn't matter if they can get a full wipe here. This would be amazing. Shockwave being super helpful against that heavy of a sledge. 1 to go. Will drop to the floor. And a reset will start. 25 seconds to play around. That's plenty of time here.
Bought themselves some time, now setting up the util as well. For Gingus, this might be the end of the road, but man, that would be one hell of a way to pull that off. Problem being, you know, when I've mentioned that only one more vault, it is a double-edged sword here, Hyper. Because the moment they start thinking that, okay, just one more vault, that's all we need, and they lose this vault and still keep on saying that, that is a mental trap and a half that they force themselves in, which is arguably where they start losing just the overall series, losing based off the mental as well. And look, in this very case, that will be a devastating turnaround. Already gunfight initiated. That's Blue out of the equation, but Toad has also been traded off. This is a perfect opportunity here. Elapid needs to stay alive. Nullified as well. This is great right now for the reswing to come on through. Perfect denial. No, the placeholder roster managed to shut it all down, and I believe this might be just it. Gingus needs to rush for it if they want any sort of opportunity here, but I believe that might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Not enough time. Even if it was a Hail Mary, you wouldn't be able to get across the bridges. The map spawns as well, because they're forcing themselves to spawn as far away as possible. It's done. It's dusted. Placeholders are your OFL Division 2 champions.
Ooh. Holy moly. Full 5 mapper for us, Hyper, here. And a 3-2 conclusion. Placeholder coming out the victor here at the end. And look, Gingus were oh so close to greatness. The super sub as well coming on big. Desync did a great deal of work as well here to just keep the team dreams in the, in the running. But unfortunately, the fact that Elapid was shut down, the fact that Toad was shut down on so many opportunities, it did not provide enough of the play, enough of the opportunities to keep it all basically, steady. And whilst the initial wipe has been good, the initial gunfights were steady, it wasn't enough. The pressure was too much, and look, I still have to commend here Gingus, very much still of a dangerous team. And the second place, whilst it is for now for this season, I would be damn sure that going into once we do get to see them play, they will be back with an even more of a fierce performance.
Oh, 100%. Even though Oceania is such a small region for the finals, they come out with bangers of players. And that has been proven today. Placeholders, could we see a promotion up to Division 1? That's a big question mark indeed. It would be very much more fun to have more in that Division 1 region, but we have the man who decided that, you know what, I don't like convention, I don't like traditional weapons, I'm going to bring out a gun. Well, it's not even a gun, it's a freaking grenade launcher, not actually blue. Congratulations. Why the hell the grenade launcher? Of course it's Mike. Give us a few seconds, even though that was such a great question to ask Blue. Unfortunately, his mic is not being picked up just yet. We're going to get that confirmation, and we'll hear why Blue truly is a maniac for choosing such a crazy weapon. Production, have we got him in? Can we hear him?
All right, we're still getting the tests up and running, just getting the tech sorted out. But look, yeah, I'm actually curious, to hear a few of the opinions regarding some of the games that occurred today. Because look, I mean, for placeholder roster, this was a hefty run, no matter how you look at it. Whether it was even including the overall. The break in between the grand final and the winner bracket, whether it's the actual grand final, there's definitely a lot of questions to be asked here, because this one is going to be this was an absolute barn burner and a genuine treat as well to watch. And look, in the meantime, on the other side, for the Gingus roster as well, this was an absolutely full-on run throughout the entirety of the day, non-stop action, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, Gingus definitely put up a fantastic fight. There were multiple times where they were they had the pressure. They clearly had this ability to separate and divide the entirety of placeholders, and that's what you want to see from an opposing team, is a team that can isolate a power weapon, be the MGL from Blue, and then capitalize on the other two mediums who are nowhere near. So you have to give credit where credit is due. And I've just heard, correct me if I'm wrong, Cthulhu, we finally got Blue on the mic! Blue, I'm going to repeat that question once again. Why the hell the MGL, and why have we got a grenade launcher in?
It's fun. It's a different kind of skill expression. It's because I suck at aiming. I will not ever be on par with the likes of CC or any of the people from Div 1. So I just play to my strengths, and that's generally support. And the MGL does a lot more area damage, so I kind of chip away at multiple people to kind of reduce, so it makes kills easier for my team, rather than actually focus DPS.
Well, yeah, that's I respect that, honestly. As a person who is still attempting to get good as well in aiming, MGL certainly does make a lot of sense as well. And honestly, look, your movement has been absolutely nutty. But run me through sort of how did the team feel going into, I believe it was actually going into map 5. You guys were at that sort of advantage at the end of map 3. And all of a sudden, the whole prospect of the bracket reset started creeping in. Were you stressed in any capacity, or was it sort of more so just going through the motions?
It was more going through the motions, really. Yeah, there was no... I didn't even think about the reset, to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah, it was... The reset didn't even occur to me that could happen.
Okay.
Makes life easier, no pressure. We've also got Toast in the call as well. Toast, lovely to have you on here. Pretty decent from yourself. A lot of support, a lot of helping CC to... Sorry, from getting... I can't get my words out. Cthulhu, ask a question.
Look, first of all, a phenomenal performance so far on your end, Toast, and for the whole team. It was a pretty scary, honestly, performance. Every time we're switching over to the POV from you, or actually even Elapid as well, it's always like, the moment any sort of close quarters, that might be a wrap, at least for one of the battles. Run me through so far just the overall lineup, or rather the idea for the lineup, because no matter which roster you've sort of battled against, there wasn't really as much of a change. It's always sort of, very, very up close and personal. How did that really come to fruition?
Well, Sledge promo. And, I'm not too bad aiming, so then I just go on the heal beam so I can be a heal merchant. Just get the support tool up so they can't flame me. And then UglyToad, our resident aimer, can play the repeater or the FCAR and die in like 2 seconds because and that's kind of our strat, which is like this guy has to run sledge, I'm talentless, and I'll just heal. And yeah, it's mostly the sledge, because he's just a piece of shit basically.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest.
Yeah.
You pushed placeholders to the bittersweet edge. I'm gonna get your thoughts going into map 5. You go into Fortune. Are you saying to yourself the bracket resets on the board? Are you saying that we've got this, or is it just one game at a time mentality?
Alright, to be fair, I wasn't in game 4, game 5. But honestly, tuned to the stream, it's the start of game 5, and I see that we have the Cashout in possession. I'm like, shit, we might actually do it, it might actually be the reset. And honestly, we were holding they were holding it. And then it's always just last second placeholders get it back, and it was just like, man, because like at one point I was holding my breath, I was like, we could actually get this, and then unlucky, bro,
Indeed. Blue, question quickly to you. So now, now that you guys claimed the championship in Div 2, what are the next prospects? Are we looking potentially to, or at least hopefully see you in Div 1, or are we continuing to be the menace to society in Div 2?
Well, definitely give Div 1 a go. There's only so much the gimmick loadouts and gimmick gameplay kind of create, like MGL has its place, and unfortunately that's a lot more towards your alternative modes rather than the high tier gameplay. I can definitely hold my own with the gun, but it's like at the same time I recognize where it sits in the whole meta of things. Unfortunately, things that are meta are meta for a reason.
Yeah, definitely meta is meta, but I tell you what, it's been entertaining to see you both. Blue, congratulations, tell the team you've all done a fantastic job. Toast, it's unfortunate, but hey, there's always the next season to come back and take the top.
Yep.
Lovely to meet you both. Thank you for coming on.
Likewise.
For an interview.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Cthulhu.
Right.
It's the end.
Hyper.
We've done Division 1.
End.
We've done Division 1. We crowned the Capybara Armadas champions over there. We move over to Division 2. The placeholders are the champions in Division 2. And we talk about TGM. We've got 2 Oceania rosters on the board in 4th and 6th. I think this is a great month. I say this month. This bit and the last month. Great 2 months for Oceania.
Oh yeah, a beautiful time, beautiful season for Oceania. We got to see just plenty of action and plenty more to come as well. So honestly, look, I'm just very much happy and very much honored to get to be part of at least the wrap up side of things. Honored to get to witness this absolutely action-packed day and getting to cast alongside with you as well, Hyper. But look, on the horizon, there's, I would say, more and more of the finals, and honestly, it is a newfound love, at least on my end, and hopefully there's more action to follow suit.
And of course, a big reminder, anybody can get involved. Registrations for the APAC regions are still open for the TGM, so make sure you do get involved. Cycle 2 is round the corner, and myself and Proto will be on that desk to give you all the love. Potentially, I am trying to have conversations with Apes and PHL. We might get some T16 coverage as well on the APAC side. Of course, those will come out. June 27th is the top 8, with June 20th being the T16. I hope everybody who's competed in here does pop along. And of course, it is an open. So even you at home, if you want to go and give it a try, sign up. do it. Why not? What are you gonna lose? Nothing. It's great fun nonetheless.
Yeah, with that all said and done, though, we will be wrapping up our side of things. Div 2 done and dusted. Hyper, any final words regarding just how the playoffs went and what's to come, apart from, well, yeah, the TGM is still very much up and ready to go.
It's been absolutely amazing to watch. All of this gameplay has been phenomenal. Though, I have one message to every Oceania player on the Earth. Queue World Tour and do Cashout, according to your thoughts. But make sure you do queue it up. We do need more players on there. But thank you all for having me. I have been thrilled over this tournament.
Thrilled as well. I'm equally been very much keen and excited and yeah, honored that we got to see all of this. But with all of that said and done, thank you all very much for tuning in. We'll catch you later in the next one. See you later.